Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone and welcome to your Thursday evening stream. It is Thursday, so we are playing Factorio with Space Exploration and Krastorio² here on the Laurence Plays channel. And we solved Mark's poem last time, so we won't spend too much time looking at that today. I do, as ever, have a to-do list. If I move around like this so I can see things slightly better, I can turn that on up here. Yes, there's a few little things, little tweaks and things that I noticed during the video making last week. So I'll go through and sort those out, and then I'm going to have to start thinking about Naquium, and that's going to be interesting. So hello everyone, hello Johan, Doopy, Sophia, and Madman. Welcome to all of you. And yes, I've done the I did some stretches and things as the messages came in, but it was before the stream, so I'm afraid you didn't get to watch those. So yeah, without further ado, let's get started. That was not hiding the to-do list. There we go. So the first thing is down here. Tristan pointed out right at the end of the last stream, just after it finished, in fact, that all of the stuff going on over here, everything had ground to a halt because the thermofluid has backed up. And this is a rather odd problem to have, because what goes on here is that we have the warm thermofluid in here. It gets pumped into the radiator to be cooled to cool. Then it goes into this tank to then be chilled down to cold, and then down here to go to super chilled. And the theory is that it then goes round and round and round, and we don't have any, and it'll just keep working. And if we ever start to run out, it'll be topped up from these tanks over here, and that's kind of mostly okay. But somehow we've ended up with all of the amount, all of the thermofluid that was in these tanks down here has been used up and has ended up in this tank at the top here. And that means there's so much warm thermofluid in here that these machines can't run because these pipes are completely full. So there are a couple of easy ways to deal with this in the short term, and the one I'm going to do first, just to get things working again, is come along to here and say, actually, I'm going to make that 80,000. This is what I did in the video, and that'll allow it then to pump that through, this cool through into here, which allows these to chill down some more of the warm, which will pull some warm out of here, and therefore will allow this pump down here to start working again. So yeah, as I say, it's a weird problem to have. Now Tristan suggested quite a good way of dealing with this, which is to grab another red cable and hook it up across there, and then tell this pump here to only run when, let's copy that across then, but instead of 30,000, we'll say, well, this has a capacity of 200, so let's make this 180,000. So this will run when this will only run when there's a decent bit of headroom in here, which means we should then always be able to pump at least some of the warm back out of here and into here. And even if we do get that to maximum, then it should at least be able to flow round and round in circles, I think. So that should then be okay. We still have quite a lot in here because a lot of these are still very, very full. Now that solved the symptoms, so the immediate thing that was causing an obvious problem that needed to be dealt with. However, I haven't yet thought about the cause of this problem, which is presumably, I suspect, the problem is that the machines down here are using up the super chilled and the cold faster than we're able to produce it with the hypercoolers in here. And the reason I think that is because these tanks have been drained, and so that makes me think it's all been pulled out of them, chilled down and used up, and then shipped back up here as warm. And that I think is what has caused the problem. So that means that the logical way to fix that is to upgrade the speed modules in every single one of these hypercoolers. So let's do that as a next thing. So we want to come in here. We want to say hypercoolers. Do we have hypercoolers in here? We do not. I think. So I want to say down here, I would like to say all of the hypercoolers are going to get tier 3 speed modules instead of tier 2. And that's going to speed them up a decent chunk, I think. So now we just grab module inserter, drag it across all of these. There we go. And we've now got the upgrades happening on those. So that's going to take them from running at plus 120% speed to, I don't know, a bit more anyway. It's probably going to be sort of 140 or something like that. So these will start to run a chunk faster, and that'll get an... are they being baconed? No, they're not being baconed. I could put some bacons in along here as well. We'll worry about that. We'll maybe think about that as a sort of a possible next step if it turns out it's needed. For now, we've got this system running again. There is now, in theory, there is some supercooled and some cold thermofluid being made. However, it's going to be a little while until this actually becomes sorted and we get enough flowing through to fill up all the buffers and things. We are not using cryo slush, no. So yes, all of these will probably still have, they've still got a lot of warm thermofluid that needs to be got rid of. So there's going to be quite a bit of churning through the excess that's in all of these outputs at the moment. Up here, as you can see, we've still got 195k up here. So it's going to be a while until we let the thermofluid through from here. Actually, that said, this pipe is basically empty. I think some more capacity is probably needed up here. So let's take one of the medium tanks, the large storage tanks. Can I get one of those in? Yes, I can put one of those there. And that'll give us a little bit more buffer up here, and that'll allow us to drain out all of this excess that, as you rightfully pointed out, is clogging up all of these machines and preventing them from running as fast as they should. So, yeah, there is a problem there in getting this warm thermofluid out. And then as soon as that's placed, I also need to link it in with the with a cable here as well to make sure that it is included in the amount of pumping that's going on here. Are we going to? The next question is: are we going to get that? Yes, we are. Excellent. So it's going to take a little while for them to fly that out, for the bots to fly that over. I'm not even sure where it's being made. Oh no, here it comes. So now I can link that to there as well. And we still see these two pumps are still stopped, but now this one can run flat out because we've got now an extra. It's only an extra 50,000 actually, so it's not a huge amount more, but it's enough more that we'll be able to take a little bit of the edge off this, and we should hopefully now be able to pull a bit more of this thermofluid through. Now you can see this is still full because we've got all these machines dumping out into it as fast as they can, but now look, this one is running out very, very quickly. That's nearly empty. And once that one empties, there we go. It runs merrily. We're still waiting for some of the. We're still waiting for more of the cold to come through though, so that's just as much of a problem. But these will hopefully manage to empty out into here. Now the thing, so there's space for 50,000 thermofluid in there. These hold 1,000 each when they're having issues, and there's 58 of them. So that's 58,000. So we're not quite going to be able to empty all of those into this tank. But I'm optimistic that this is going to give us enough that we'll get the system sort of under control again, and we'll be able to start ideally filling up these tanks and also the pipes down this way. As you can see, we've got to 5% full on this one. That's not really going anywhere fast at all. That's cool. I want the cold. That's this one. That's basically empty. Okay, so we've got a lot of catching up to do here. No, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Did I answer? No, we're not using the cryo slushy cooling method because I don't really see the point in it. I think it's a smidge more efficient with the amount of thermofluid you don't use up, but it uses quite a lot of cryonite to do the cooling. I haven't really checked the numbers, but my gut feeling is that it's probably not worth it. Or it would save us a number of machines, which, given my UPS seems to be currently down at about dropping down to 20 sometimes, might be quite useful. But at the moment, as far as just sort of general throughput goes, I don't see that being a particularly big deal. All of these now seem to be running pretty much. Pretty much. So I don't think I need to upgrade the speed modules in these yet. These are probably okay at the moment. We certainly don't. Yeah, we don't have any shortage of the cool thermofluid coming around here into this tank. This is still pegged at 80. But we've got we've got the chilling going on down here. Are all of these working? No, I'm seeing lots of yellow lights along here. Again, it's still having trouble getting rid of all of that warm thermofluid. That's just not going anywhere. We're not getting rid of it quickly enough because there's so much backlog that even having this pump here going flat out is apparently not enough to make a serious dent in it. We have put We have managed to pump through about 40,000 thermofluid though, so that must have come from somewhere, and we're not letting it back into the system from over here yet either. So maybe. Is that pump going flat out? I honestly can't tell. What are you doing? Oh, you're pumping into there. Okay. Oh, right. It's both of these pumps that are relevant. So that one and that one are both pumping from the cooler stages back into here. Right. So I think this is now going to be a wait and see. So we'll turn away from this for a little while. Keep an eye on it. My biggest concern here is that we're going to get to a point where the output pipe here fills up, and we don't start pumping any of the warm through from there back into the tank to go round the system again, because we don't have room for it. And so so I might need to change this number over here. But for the time being, I'd like to let this run, and maybe and actually, if we let this run for long enough, then we're going to put 50,000 thermofluid into these two tanks down here, which will make things a little bit more sensible. But either way, I'm not really sure this is going to balance out all that nicely. I am rather tempted to put in another tank over here like this. Gives another 50 thermofluid to store in that one, like that. Just as another buffer to catch a bit more of the overflow. Yeah, I think that'll do for now. We'll leave this for a little while to let the coolers run and see how things go.
Have you wired in those new tanks?
I've wired in the one that's been placed. I haven't wired in the one that hasn't been placed yet. So the next thing is to go off and have a look at the blue circuit production. So that's quite a long way away. So I'll get this tank in and wired in first, and then go off and look at that. Here it comes. So that I want to connect there as well. Again, that means we've now got the we're now totaling up all three of these tanks, and that one's filling up quite quickly as you'd expect, and now allowing this to drain a little bit. Yeah. So fingers crossed, this will all eventually get under control for certain values of control. I guess we'll see. So down on Norvis we have no, not there. Down here we have this blue circuit production facility that I've talked about a bit before. So it's bringing in all the raw materials, it's making red circuits, it's making green circuits to make red circuits to make blue circuits. Fine, but I don't want to make blue circuits this way anymore because it's less efficient. However, it has stopped running because it has run out of stone bricks. So if I come down here, I can do this manually. If I come down here, set that to 1, then we'll get a stone brick train along. And I'm also going to remove. Actually, no, let's not remove them. If I do this, I'm going to turn around some of these stations, like some of these inserters, so that they won't unload the train. And that means that when the train comes in, we'll only unload a quarter of it, and then we'll see how that amount gets on for using up some of the other stuff that we've got here. Because I don't really want to unload an entire train's worth of stone bricks here, in case we then end up with too much of those as well. So my plan is to sort of start reducing the amount I bring in to 1 wagon load each for each of these things. I suspect I'm going to need some more silicon. Although, yeah, let's bring in some more silicon as well in the same way. In fact, let's just pull up those as well, because we don't need to worry about balancing. Let's call for a silicon train. Here comes the stone brick train. So that'll unload here. And we can then tell it to clear off. If we send it back to the stone pickup place, it'll pick up some more stones. It'll refill that wagon. We're not doing everything. All the pickup areas are balanced off a single warehouse, so we don't need to worry about throwing anything out of sync doing this. But this will give us some more stone bricks to play with. I should set this back to 0 so we don't get another one when this leaves. And then we'll do the same with the silicon. And that'll get this, having the bricks again now, will eventually get this running again once these finally find their way through. I'd forgotten just how slow yellow belts were. That's ridiculous, but never mind. And let's just actually empty these warehouses, because there's no point in having a little bit left behind just for balancing purposes. Especially as that's then fed up into another warehouse, so it's already balanced over there. I don't know why we bothered with the cables there at all. So yes, there we go. We've got a nice supply of stone bricks available now. These will be sent up this red belt. That'll allow us to start making the green circuits again, to make the red circuits to pass on to the blue circuits, and so on and so on. What are the UPS hogs? It's probably all of the warehouses that we've done, where we've got sort of these 5 warehouse stations. That's probably a lot of it. we've been warned, and I think a lot of it is just the sheer scale that we're now building on, because we've gone out to so many different planets, so many different resource chains, and certain people build on rather large scales quite a lot of the time. And to be fair, oops, that was not the right button I meant to press. And to be fair, building on a large scale is not entirely a bad thing, because when there's 4 of us playing, what? Why is it still so dark? I thought it was only dark when you're in map mode. No, apparently it's also now dark in satellite mode. Anyway, when there's 4 of you playing, you get through resources a lot more quickly, and therefore having a larger having everything running at a faster speed is probably actually a good thing. Don't break weight, sure, why not? You've unloaded as well, so we'll set you back to a train limit of 0, and tell you to get lost. So as for computer specs, I believe my computer is better than Tristan's. However, it seems to be struggling quite a lot at the moment, which is odd because I mean it used to struggle quite a lot when I was running the streaming from my computer as well, but I'm not anymore. That's running from a different computer, which is kind of toasty, admittedly. But it should be my computer should be more than capable of keeping the factory running as fast as Tristan is. But I seem to be down at 17 UPS at the moment. Sorry, 17 FPS, but 42 UPS, and that's usually a sign that his computer is running faster than mine. So I don't really know why that's occurring. Beryllium production prioritization for core chunks. Yeah, that's the thing that's just always on the list because I want to do it at some point, but not until I go over there. Same with meteor defenses and Intel orbit. Right, Vulcanite thing. Yes, so I did notice that over on this is going back to Agnair again, which you're probably all absolutely sick of at the moment. But I'm trying to procrastinate a little bit about going off thinking about Naquium because that terrifies me. So yes, over here. We have, actually it doesn't really matter at the moment, I could just ignore this. What I was going to say is that we could do with twin belts coming down from here to carrying the carrying the Vulcanite cubes down, and also twin belts from here carrying the enriched Vulcanite down, because this area, it had 2 belts before when the 2 belts were carrying both the Vulcanite and the junk. Now we've got separate belts for junk. It means I've brought us down to only 1 belt for the Vulcanite, and that means it's not really fast enough to keep up with loading the train as fast as we would like it to be loaded. That said, we currently have more than enough Vulcanite and enriched Vulcanite in the system, so the fact that these belts are a little bit on the slow side doesn't really matter. That said, I don't know how many that saids I'm at the moment. I believe all of these outputs from the core processing would certainly fit on 2 belts, maybe would even fit on 1 belt, so I could do some merging and down here, like this. But I could do some merging like this, and then get rid of that. And then at some point, I could then bring a second belt down from here and have 2 belts of Vulcanite cubes coming from here, and then that would basically be okay. So I do that and that, but then I need to adjust this down here. I need to put in another red belt like this, and copy the settings from there to there. Right, so now we have these both would run at the same time for the same reasons, because they're both going to be solid Vulcanite belts. These ones come from the other Vulcanite processing, so I don't care about them. They're only if we have a sudden increase in the amount of Vulcanite we get through. And now I can come over here, I can get rid of that and put in that. Let's put it in there, actually, just in case we do any more crazy expansions. And then I can run a belt down there like that. And then we've got the potential, at least, to run 2 solid belts of Vulcanite through here, should we feel the need to. In theory, perhaps I should also do the same sort of thing with the enriched. I could run a second belt down from here, and then hop on, and then steal another one of these belts. Now you can see that this system is now running flat out over here, and you can see how little stuff is coming out down these belts. I say actually it's not running flat out. It's running a little bit more than it was before, but only a little bit. But yeah, there's not very much stuff flowing down these belts. I could easily fit a lot more. I could easily cram this onto. Could I cram all of this onto 1 belt? I think I probably could, but let's leave it on 2 for now, just because we can. In fact, let's put in another splitter there and there, just to give us a bit more balancing. And a bit of belt side balancing would be a good idea as well, actually. Look at this. This is all on the bottom side of the belt. That's rubbish. Where's the best place to do that? Probably Can I fit some side balance? Yeah, I can fit some side balancing in along here. So if I put that there, and then there, and again here. Actually, I don't even need another thing in there. I could do that. And it's just the bottom one left now. Where's the room to do that one? Here. There we go. Side balanced. Boosh. And so, yeah, you can now see that that is much, much less than half a belt. Much, much less than one belt, rather. Now, granted, when the system kicks in and is running absolutely flat out, it's going to be pumping a bit more stuff through than this. But I expect I'm probably going to be able to drop down to one belt here. And if so, then that means I can bring another one of these down here carrying the enriched, squeeze it through here, and then finagle it onto whichever the extra belt down here is. And that's not going to be too difficult. Let's get rid of that, just because I can. Right. So that's that. I mean, I say that's that sorted. It's as good as sorted. There isn't a serious problem there. Up in Agnea, we have no ship at the moment. Oh right, the train isn't coming up because we don't have a shortage of anything over at the other end, and so we're not actually calling for anything. So if we go back to Norvis orbit, we can have a look over here at the Vulcanite ship. And yeah, as you can see, we currently have 24,000 enriched and an arbitrary large quantity, 100, 200, 300,000 Vulcanite cubes. And yes, I see. Yes, I remember. It's not so much that we've got plenty of absolutely everything. Well, we've got enough of absolutely everything, but we've got a massive excess of Vulcanite cubes at the moment. So we kind of want to use some more Vulcanite up and get these numbers down a bit, so we can bring a bit less, so we can empty all of these warehouses out and have a bit less of it just sort of in the system here. Now, if we could empty out all of the junk out of these ones, I suspect we'd suddenly find we had enough room for all the rest of it. Because here we're trying to unload 10, 20,000 Vulcanite, and we've got 20, 30, 40, 50, call it 60,000 in these three warehouses, and you give it 100,000 in one. So there is less than one warehouse's worth of Vulcanite in here in total. But because these ones up here are completely crammed with Vulcanite, we've got a bit too much. Yes, Doopy, we could make a large number of productivity modules. That's a good idea. I do approve of that idea. Or just more of anything, actually. All of the metals we make, basically all of absolutely everything we do gets through lots and lots of Vulcanite. It's just I brought over so much of it. I got the system running so well that we had an obscene amount of it, and then suddenly we needed to start doing things differently and bring the enriched over as well, and everything just sort of went and that caused a problem, because if we didn't have the sudden need for the enriched Vulcanite, all of this would be absolutely fine. The ship could just sit here merrily waiting, minding its own business, just waiting for stuff to be needed. And then once a train has taken away all this Vulcanite, then it would fly off and go and get some more, bring it back again. There'd be no problem at all. But because we've now got it trying to provide two things, that's why we're having a problem. And hello, Tempe, welcome. So I'm just going to sort of mostly ignore that for the time being. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, suffering from success, but also suffering from changing what the ship does. When it was only bringing one thing over, it was absolutely fine. Problem is, we've come in and modified it and asked it to start bringing over two things at a time, and that has caused us to have, well, the thing we're telling it to bring over, it has been, as you say, it's been a bit too successful at. It's brought far too much of it over, and now we have more Vulcanite than we know what to do with. We put in this extra warehouse here, and it's helped. It pulled 100,000 out, but I mean, I could put in another one here as well. But at this point, it feels a little bit futile. Isn't quite the right word, but there's also an entire
up the hill.
Sorry,
it's pushing the problem, or just away slightly.
It's not, because we've fixed the reason that it's bringing too much Vulcanite over. So it would shake the problem out, and I would expect the warehouses to gradually empty, and we could then start to remove them again. But it's a bit unnecessary. I think we have enough enriched Vulcanite, because there's 24,000 in these warehouses ready to go out to Kothar when the ship shows up. There's another 24,000 in this warehouse ready to be taken over to Kothar, ready to be put into the Kothar ship when the Kothar ship goes, ready for it to come back again. So the Kothar ship will need to turn up a third time before we'll start to have any problems here. So yeah, we're kind of. I think it's going to be long enough. I think it's probably going to be okay, and we do get through the Vulcanite at least a bit of a rate. So I do suspect we'll probably be all right. I could be wrong, but that's my gut feeling. So, what is the next thing to be done? It is clear Vulcanite from chests of shame on Agnea. Okay, that's probably a good idea. We don't like having shame hanging around, do we, boys and girls? So, let's come back over here. Yes, there's quite a lot of Vulcanite, both enriched and probably cubes in the warehouses over here. So, let's do something about that. Specifically, let's put in a blue chest. Yes, here. Oh, I put in the blue chest, but it needs a Robo-Bobo port. If I tell you to be a normal... Oh, look at that. It's 2 squares out. Fine. We're putting you in logistics mode. Then it reaches. Nice. So now I come to here. I can say I would like to have about a bajillion of these. And I would like to have about a bajillion of these. I don't know how many we're actually going to get, but there's 1,300 of those in storage and -7 of those in storage. That's quite impressive, having -7 in storage. So the Vulcanite blocks weren't too bad, but we had lots of enriched Vulcanite for when I've been pulling things up and scattering them around. Hello, Metbar. Welcome to the stream. You join me where I'm clearing as I clear up some shame. Let's do stone as well, because that always seems to get everywhere. It's rough, coarse, and irritating, and gets everywhere, as they say. Oh no, stone. We're okay for stone. It's actually, I know it's actually sand. They say that about. So let's see if we can find any sand in the system. No, none of that either. I've also done quite a good job of pulling. Zoom in the right place, please. Done quite a good job of pulling the stuff out of here that we don't from uncomfortable places where it shouldn't be. Oh yeah, look, we've got a stone puller outer and so on over there and there and there. So that's all been pulled out as it should be. Other stuff. How much of this is worth just shipping back to Norvis for the hell of it and just to get rid of it? Now I'm going to keep the blue belts because they're useful. Drills, might as well keep them. Coke, could send some coke back and just get Tristan to hate me. We've got 229 copper cables. I bet they're not being pulled out of the logistics system anywhere. We've got some logistics robots in the in a chest there for some reason. That's a bit weird. Let's do something about that. So let's put that there and that there, and have you request logistics bots like that. Solar panels is a good idea. Core miners. Have I got all the core seams on this planet? No, there's one there. One there. But yeah, you're right. I don't need much in the way of core miners anymore. Solar panels are a very good idea. Those can be recycled. The turbines we could get rid of, but nobody actually wants turbines. There's no point in really passing those off to anywhere. There is a crazy amount of stuff in here. All of the yellow beltery could go. But I don't know if anyone wants that either. There is a lot of nonsense over here. I could get rid of all the... Oh, pulverizers are sort of valuable. Core fragments and coal, yeah, they can go. In fact, you know what? Let's say core fragments and coal, like that. There we go, I'll get rid of those nicely. And yeah, alright, let's do the solar panels as well. Because I'm pretty sure... I hope those will just get nicely shipped away. I'll do a little bit of checking in a moment before those get too far. I don't know why I've got 3 delivery cannon capsules. Oh, they're delivery cannon glass capsules. So they're delivery cannon capsules that already have the glass in them. That's helpful. Got some cargo rocket sections. Those are useless to everybody because we're not using cargo rockets anymore. Got some raw Vulcanite. That should probably be dealt with, but I don't care very much. A lot of condenser turbines. And let's send the condenser turbines back, actually, because they do get used in spaceship construction. I don't think we're going to make this many spaceships, but, you know, we can ship them out. There we go. Now it's got an enormous quantity of solar panels being sent out from here. Got some tritium and some raw imersite and some glass. Let's get rid of the tritium, raw immersite, and glass, and low density structures. I don't know why I've got low... Oh, yes, I do know I've got low density structures. Can anyone remember what I just said? So there was tritium, which is probably in here. Yes, there it is. Low density structures. They're a manufactured thing. Oh yeah. All right. Let's send the yellow belts back because they can, as you say, they can be upgraded. There's not much point in keeping them around here. To make the icons, large icons in the warehouse. So you get you get multiple icons if there's many different things in it, and you get one big icon if there's only one thing in it, like this warehouse here. But to get the full size icons, I think it's somewhere in the settings. Probably graphics. Interface. Maybe it's in the mod settings then for space exploration because you don't have the big buildings. I'm not sure, and I don't really want to go through rummaging too much because it'll take me forever. So yeah, I'll leave that question for somebody else. Oh yeah, accumulators could go as well. That's not a bad idea. They're basically useless. Accumulators.
Mod settings, AI containers and warehouses in the startup section.
There you go.
Scale container alt icon with size.
Mod settings, startup, AI inventory, startup. Do you say in the startup settings? Oh wait, containers and warehouses. Here we go. Scale container alt icon with size. That one.
So it affects everyone on a multiplayer thing.
Okay. Luckily, we all seem to agree on what we want that to look like. Oh, is this not a... No, it's a yellow warehouse. I don't know why those accumulators aren't being claimed then. So I do want to get solar out of these ones as well. Glass. I can't remember what else I was going to take away. Oh, no, not pulverizers. They're useful, although not in those sort of quantities. Meh. Let's say glass as well, just because I can. Right, so hopefully all of this. Let's just check up top side as well. Make sure that it is everything has been configured properly to unload all of this nonsense. So here we've got these blacklisted to do everything except those two, ice and sulfur. So that's good. Oh, I could just pull out the ice and sulfur and it'll get to go into the train and it'll get unloaded back into the system where it should go. Yeah, I'll do that in a moment. And yeah, this all looks fine. So down at the other end again. Down at the other end, merrily go. I want you to also request sulfur and ice. This is a little bit silly, but in the good way. So it'll request it out from here. It'll put it into the warehouse. It won't ship it back to Norvis though, because it'll come down here. It'll go into the train, then it'll immediately be unloaded by these loaders along here. Oh, unless the ice goes into the back one. If the ice goes into the back carriages, then we'll have problems. I didn't think my cunning plan all the way through. Get rid of that. There's probably a load of ice on its way over. Yes, there is. There's 68 ice on its way over. Well, worst case, it ends up in Norvis, and I go, meh. Actually, no. Worst case, it'll end up stuck in the train, which is a bit more serious than yeah. I guess will it end up in? Yeah, it will. It'll end up going all the way around in a big circle. It'll end up getting stuck in the train, and we'll have reduced capacity in the train. So that's bad because it won't get sorted in the spaceship because it won't get unloaded out of the train. Although I could make it get unloaded out of the train actually, if I go to back up here, because we know that the ice only ever goes in on these two belts, which go to the front of the train. So if we tell the back of the train that you can unload ice. At least from one inserter each, then they will unload it. It'll go into here, and it'll then go into the spaceship. It'll come back out of the spaceship, and it'll come back around here and be loaded in. Probably, hopefully. Probably. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. Okay, so I think. Oh, sorry, I left that turned on. Yeah, so cleared up the chest of shame a bit. Right, Tristan's looking into the spaceship safety system. Let's have a look at Kothar and see how bad things are over there at the moment. I mean, see how Kothar is getting on when.
I've just looked at that, by the way.
Sorry, you have.
I've just looked at Kothar.
Does it seem to be happy? It seems to be.
It was a little short of enriched, but that was the train bringing it over.
Okay.
I've added most of the second row of pulverizing of the core chunks because.
Oh, nice. Yes, that was high on the list.
Train's waiting.
Yes, rare metals are now significantly rarer than they used to be. I'm not sure we've actually set up any traditional mines for them yet. So, yeah, as you've probably noticed from how peaceful it is, Mike hasn't joined us this week because he's not feeling great, unfortunately. So we're actually down to just the two of us, just myself and Tristan. So we might not make quite as much progress as we sometimes do. Or maybe we'll make more, who knows. But over here on Kothar, we having looked into this a bit during the videos, I've noticed that the limiting factor is now the amount of the amount of iridium being brought in, either as uncrushed or as crushed, and the system isn't able to quite process it quickly enough. So, the system is capable of processing it more quickly than there is iridium to be processed. That's what I actually meant. So this, in a way, that means we're now absolutely fine for the enriched Vulcanite. There's 2,300 in here, as you can see at the moment. It's getting brought down in bursts by this train over here. Things are a little bit weird with this, in that it sort of... Yeah, because it's being passed off between trains quite so many times, there are a lot of different places where it can get not stuck, but waiting for buffers to fill up. So there's a train here waiting for this iridium to come through. When that comes in, it'll fill the train up quite quickly because iridium is so voluminous. The train will go up the elevator, and then it'll bring down probably bring down some more enriched Vulcanite, I expect, because it usually does. No, it has brought it all down. Okay, so now we're just trying... I was going to say now we're just trying to fill the spaceship up. But the spaceship has been filled up and has gone, so that's now on its way back over to Norbit, where it's probably potentially got there by now. I don't know. Let's have a look. Yes, no, it's not here. But we are trying to ensure there is a sufficiency of enriched Vulcanite here for it to pick up when it arrives, and it is... Where is it? Oh, it's on its way back out again. So it's been to Norbit and is now on its way back out again. So this is working quite well. Tristan is too quiet. He always is. I mean, oh dear. I can't do anything about that very easily without going in and fiddling with Discord settings. Can you sit closer to your microphone, Tristan? Can you change your microphone volume, Tristan, or is that just entirely up to me? It's hard to balance him against myself. Actually, I could turn my volume down slightly. There we go. Maybe we're better balanced now.
I now have to wait for Severe to respond again.
Yeah. Let us know what that's like. Okay, so train's been up. It's unloaded a load of the iridium and some other miscellaneous junk, as is its way. That's been passed over here. So any moment now, the spaceship is going to arrive. Any moment now. Yeah, I'm naturally quite a bit louder than he is, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. All right, give me a second. I'll see if I can fiddle that out. I'll turn him up a little bit in Discord. One moment. Where is it? What's the thing I'm looking for? This one. There we go. He was at 120% already. I've turned him up to 160%, so hopefully that'll be a bit more Tristan.
Excellent.
Yes. So now we have lots of enriched Vulcanite coming out here and some more rare metals because he needs those as well. That's good. So these are all then flowing through here to be taken down to this planet as quickly as possible. Now my concern, looking at this, my immediate concern, and or at least a concern which hasn't become a problem yet, but I can see it possibly being one, is that we might end up with things being brought back down in the wrong proportions. We might end up with all the rare metal being taken down and then not having any enriched Vulcanite, and therefore the train getting a bit stuck. But I think there's an if everything fails thing here and the train sits there for 2 minutes, then it'll come up to see if there's anything ready available. No, this is Kothar², not Talorbit. Talorbit is somewhere completely different. But yes, there we go. So the train is now filling up with the enriched Vulcanite. It can take that down, and maybe that'll be enough to keep everything running. We shall see. There is a train, yeah, you can see there's a train here that's not quite full and therefore hasn't left. But there's about 2,000 here that could be being used by the system if it was available. But it's just run out, and as you can see, it's now this belt here is gradually getting used up. So we're going to see if the train can get down to here and unload, and let the enriched vulcanite flow over to here, and then onto this train, and then this train can come over to here before this actually runs out and becomes a problem. That's the problem with having too many trains in series and not using mark belts like we've all learned we should. That said, looking at the amount of crushed iridite that isn't coming through here at the moment, I suspect it might be a little. We might not have too much of a problem there. We do seem to have quite a bit of iridite coming through from the. This presumably is mostly from the core mining, which is quite nice. So the core mining is producing decent amounts at this point, which isn't too much of a surprise because Mike put in this area up here, this spider's web of lots and lots of different core mines, all feeding into this one station here. And if we look at this one, we can see that there is 192 stacks in there. So this is working. It is flowing in at a rate. It seems all the core mines are probably working. There seem to be gaps on all the belts, so I'm guessing that means they're all working. And the warehouse isn't overly full, so this seems to be generally okay. It's just a little bit limited because sometimes we run out of iridite or crushed iridite, so things are a little bit slower. Oh, thanks for the resub, Johan. Much appreciated. That brings you up to a year, apparently. Wow. Thank you. That's a big round number, and I'm very impressed. Oh yeah, and there's another train going with some more iridium ingots on it. So that's going quite nicely. The system is working, even if there's a few sort of weirdnesses in it and things I'm not entirely sure I agree with in the design, in the way it's been designed. But you know, it's Mike. What can you expect? Okay, so yeah, it's basically working. I think that brings me somewhat beyond the end of the to-do list because. Basically because I wasn't intending to have really pay much attention to Njord and Kothar. So let's go off and have a quick look at Talos, because I think it's a good idea for me to go over and have a look at all of my planets at the beginning of each stream, just to make sure that things are ticking over nicely and we haven't got any crises. And looking here, seems all right. Yeah, we've got a flow of beryllium coming through, interestingly, which presumably mean. Hang on, why? What? Oh no, okay, they are all the machines are running. Okay. This is the rate we produce beryllium at, apparently. Wait, no, these belts aren't running. What's going on? You're full. Haven't got enough. What? Oh, I have a sulfuric acid crisis. Okay. So Talos doesn't have enough sulfur. There's loads of sulfur here. We just need the train to come up and get it. What are your reasons to go? So you're waiting for 900 seconds to pass. So after 15 minutes, if 15 minutes happens and we get 5 seconds of inactivity. Okay, I think this needs the improvement made that has been made in a couple of other places. So I want to look at this and I want to say if there's no vulcanite or there's no. Slightly more complicated than that. I want to watch these, and if one of these has run out, but there is some of that thing up in space, then I need to send a train up. So in this case. It's always going to be sulfur, isn't it? Because the other ones we have crazy supplies of, and it doesn't get through anything like as much of them. So let's do this the easy way.
You want to see how I've done it on Njord? Because I've done basically that.
Yes, but also no. What are you trying to do?
Do you want to do it first and then?
Yeah, that's a better idea. So we've got Talos supply request there, and then down here we've got, this is probably also Talos supply request. It is, so I can't use those two signals really. I could actually, if I have a receiver here, then I could put a Yeah, an arithmetic combinator here. And one here, like that, I think. And put you on Talos, whatever it was. Talos supply request. That. And then I'm going to need a pylon in the middle here to carry the signal down. Yeah, removing the inactive would help. I mean, it's still going to be... There's still the risk of it sitting there for 15 minutes when it could go off and get and actually get something useful. Am I going to get that second arithmetic combinator? No. If I try for a decider combinator instead, will I get that? No. What I want to do is I want to say if this equals 0 sulfur, and this equals not 0 sulfur, then trigger the train. But I've only got one combinator to play with. Oh, actually, I know how I can do this. If I take the input of sulfur and output it as time plus 0 and output it as something else, like yellow, because sulfur is, then I can do bomb, 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 bomb. No. Bomb. Bomb, bomb. Then you do nothing. Right. So. If... Oh, it's gone anyway. But... that was the... And I need the train anyway. So when the train comes back, I'll... hang on. Why is that minus 50? Oh, minus 15,000 because of this number on here. So if sulfur is minus 15,000 and yellow, oh no, yellow is, oh, that isn't going to work. And yellow is more than minus 15,000, then send a train up, I think. I could make a temporary machine building the combinators, but this is an entertaining challenge. And to be honest, I've sort of got there now. I've got the two signals separated off, so yeah. Basically, I want to say if are we feeding to train? Yes, we are. If I want to say if sulfur is minus 15,000 because of that means there's none down here, and if yellow is greater than minus 15,000, that means there is some up in space. So at the moment there's 9,000 in space. I've got my numbers right. Yeah, well, 8 and a bit thousand up in space. So that will work. I think. So I want you to leave the ground, and this instead of this one. So we don't need that, but instead we want to have if circuit condition sulfur is equal to minus 15,000 and circuit condition yellow is greater than minus 15,000. There we go. That should do it. Andorn do an inactivity. Let's do a 1 second inactivity. Because the thing is, the system is going to trickle stuff through very, very gradually, based on having a little bit of sulfur coming out of the whatchamacallit. What's that up here? Oh, it's a blueprint. Let's get rid of that.
That's a global ore, by the way.
Oh,
inactivity.
Thank you. That should be an and in there. So, yeah, that works. So. Oh yeah, it's loading up. That's fine. So we're loading up with sulfur. Once that's full, which it is now, we'll get an 5 seconds of inactivity. Train will leave. Go back down to Talos, and then down here, it'll pull in over here. It'll unload that sulfur and load up with miscellaneous other stuff. At least it will once it's got enough space to do so. There we go. Now we've got loads of sulfur flowing around here, which will go over over here to be made into the acid, which will then allow the processing to be done over here. We'll get a flood of beryllium through, and then but we'll also use up quite a lot of the sulfuric acid. So the way it's flowing through at the moment, we've got 4,000 on the train roughly. I wouldn't be too surprised if this just flows straight through and never to be seen again. So I guess we'll find out if how the system works. But as of right now, we can see that the sulfur signal is greater than 30. In fact, let's look at the train. We can see that the sulfur signal is is not equal to minus 15k, so the train will not depart. But we do know there is still some more sulfur up available in space, so the train could go up there to go and get it. Now this yellow square actually includes the sulfur that's down on the ground, so it won't trigger until this one does. Does that mean I don't? No, I do still need that one. So this won't be available until that one. This won't be correct until that one triggers, but it will be correct when that one triggers, so that's okay. And we're also waiting for some inactivity. Yeah. Telorbit is a nice expression. We're on Talos now, so it's Talos. This one's Talorbit, not Telorbit. There's an important distinction there if I'm being pedantic, which apparently I am. Alright, so we can now start making some sulfuric acid and some explosives as well, I suppose. It is making sulfuric acid. It's doing it rather slowly. Is that a problem? I guess not. Presumably because the system has worked in the past, and we haven't got massive stockpiles of sulfuric acid over here. So I think that means that this does generate sufficient. So these two machines do generate enough sulfuric acid to keep absolutely everything running. And as we can see, we are now. If we look here, yeah, these are running pretty steadily. I'm going to just assume that that's the speed they like to run at. Because if we look at this one over here, we're still a little bit short of acid, but not really. I think this is working pretty well. We'll keep an eye on it, see if the acid does stock up in the buffers. Right. So this answers my previous question. We still have 1,000 in here and 1,600 in here, so there is still actually quite a bit of sulfur left, which in a way you'd kind of hope there would be, because ideally you want bringing a trainload or half a trainload of sulfur down, as we just did, to produce enough acid to make an entire train's worth of beryllium, so that you don't run into the problem. Then we now have a quantity coming through here. Maybe it's going to kick into higher gear as the system runs a little bit more. I'm not sure, or maybe this is as fast as it gets. I mean, if it could well be about as fast as it gets. I wouldn't be too upset if it is. But yeah, generating beryllium again now, so we can fill this train up very, very gradually. Very, very gradually. We've got like less than a stack of beryllium ingots in each wagon so far. But yeah, I think that should now work. That should work, and it should allow everything to keep. As long as there's sulfur up in space, it should allow it to keep flowing. The only way it can fail now is if we run out of sulfur up here before we fill the spaceship up, and the spaceship should be bringing some more sulfur out anyway. If we go over and look at Norbit, I wonder if it's here at the moment. No, the Talos ship is not here. It has probably been here recently because there's a lot of stuff, but who knows. This is one where it just having filled up all these warehouses, it doesn't really matter because we are only bringing literally one single thing over from Talos. However, now let's move on to the things that. Oh no, it's just arrived. I take it all back. Here is the ship. So it's now going to load up with all of this sulfur. So there's another 1,000 sulfur in these warehouses. So yes, Naquium. We dig up naquitite, and we use sulfuric acid to do so. That generates naquitite. That needs iridium to allow us to crush it, which we can turn into iridium, which gives us some iridium powder, some iridium plate, and some water. So this is why I've been sort of prevaricating around the bush about this a little bit, because this is going to be tricky. Because dealing with naquitite requires basically everything. So this stage, as you see, requires the iridium. This stage requires anion exchange beads, cryonite, and beryllium hydroxide, which doesn't leave the Doesn't leave Talos. So maybe we'll be doing Naquium processing on Talos. That's something we need to think about. Produces beryllium powder. Lovely. So that would be convenient. Then turning refined naquitite into crystals requires vitalic reagent, and it uses almost 2/3 of a bottle of it. There are many recipes for this. What's this? Oh, these are things that can be done with refined naquitite. So it can be turned into crystals, which requires vitalic reagent. It can be turned into Naquium ingots along with the crystals, and that requires methane gas and pyroflux. So that's going to be fun. Are there other ways to make crystals? This is uses of crystals, or ways of making crystals. So you get some of that. Yeah, no, that's the only recipe. Naquium powder. Where does that? Oh, that comes from here. But also from. Oh, I see. There are 2 recipes for crushed naquitite. One of which turns anion exchange beads into cation exchange beads, but loses some of them. The other of which turns cation exchange beads into anion exchange beads, but loses some of them. But that uses holmium cable and vitalic acid. So it would be quite nice to have a processing facility that does both of these on the same planet, because then you could probably just make one of the beads, whichever type of bead seemed easier, and then have this is it's a bit of a tangle anyway. And then there's a third one here that this is the crystal producing recipe. Right. And then there's the ingots somewhere as well, which in ingots I believe are the stage that we actually need in order to then do stuff. And so Naquium ingots are then made out of refined crystal and powder. So we definitely want to bring all of those together in the same place, and that, as I say, requires a pyroflux and the methane gas. And then those get shipped off to wherever to be turned into data, apparently. So we can make Naquium structural data directly out of the ingots. Or you can use heavy bearings to turn an ingot into a plate. Lovely.
Those 2 recipes that use the beads, those are the things you need to run them in the right ratio for making the crystals and the plates.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's what you need to be balancing there, not the beads.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you need to balance the beads as well, but
okay. Oof.
Because they're the 2 things that produce those. Well, the crystals sometimes produce them as well.
Right. Okay. There should be game sound, Sophia. It's kind of quiet here, so I can't tell. Let me go and find somewhere noisier. Nowhere's doing anything. I can hear a little bit of background hum from there, but again, the machine's not doing much. Why is nowhere running? Why are we not using anything? Let's try up here. Surely we must be using some... I can hear gentle background hum, but apparently we're not really doing anything. Oh, I know. Space will be loud. In space, you can hear everything scream. Let's try over here with the recycling machines. It's not enormously loud, I have to admit. Yeah, but it looks like it's according to the way the bars are jumping around, it's definitely running. It's just a bit quiet. Yeah, maybe it's just me that's too loud, and that's why you can't hear Tristan or the game. Perhaps I should turn myself down rather than trying to turn other things up. Where was I? Yeah, so Naquium. Yeah, so the big question is, how much of the Naquium processing should we do where? So in my last game, I crushed the naquitite out in the remote place, or in the asteroid field where it comes from, because you turn 8 naquitite into 2 crushed naquitite, and that means that's automatically 4 times as much, and the stack sizes are probably bigger. I don't know, but that's probably going to make it. It's certainly going to make it 4 times more dense, and it might be more than that because of stack sizes. In this case, I would then have to ship the iridium powder back as well. Yeah. Okay, it's possible I screwed up on the Factorio stream and nobody pointed it out to me. I'm honestly not sure. But yeah, sorry. If so, sorry. what was I saying? Yeah, so if we do this out there, we'll need to ship iridium out, which makes this a little bit harder, and then we'll need to ship the iridium powder back again because that'll need to be passed over to Kothar to be used up down there to be turned back into iridium. So that's fun. But this isn't too difficult, and the excess water we can void it if we have to, or maybe we can use it for power generation. We'll see how that goes. The crushed naquitite. This is the complicated one. As we were saying, is going to require balancing and other stuff shenaniganery, and requires cryonite slush, beryllium hydroxide, and anion exchange beads and cation exchange beads, and produces the powder, produces the refined, and the and is going to produce the crystals as well. So this one, I don't think I want to do this out in the remote parts. And also, the more of these things I do on a planet, the more we can productivity module it, because if you do stuff in space, you can't do it. You can't productivity module them. So yeah, the question. So the short answer is yes. It's worth shipping a lot of it back to be processed somewhere where we can do it all centrally. We probably want to do it on a planet so we can productivity module it, and we probably want to put in the absolute best productivity modules we can afford, which at the moment is probably going to be 6s or maybe even 7s. Actually, we do have some 7s,
Yeah.
and we can make more of them. So yeah, maybe that. And my feeling was looking at the things that are required for the Naquium processing. Most of it is relatively normal stuff in that we are shipping it around. So we're shipping iridium ingots, but that can be turned into plates. That's fine. We can get those to places. We are not shipping. We're shipping vitalic acid around in barrels, admittedly, but we are shipping it around, so that's not too bad. Cation exchange beads are made out of. Plastic, vulcanite, sulfuric acid, and steam. So those are things that again can be shipped around. So that's okay. Hey Alan, welcome. Yes, I've got some. We've had a brief discussion about it, and yeah, without not using LTN seems to be the best idea. But there are other possibilities too. Anyway, so yes, these are all things that are being shipped around in a relatively normal way. So that's not going to be too difficult. We've then also got the anion exchange bead recipe, which is cryonite slush. This one requires beryllium hydroxide, and beryllium hydroxide is only on Talos because we don't need it for anything other than as a midpoint in the beryllium processing. So this one's a weird thing. So having beryllium hydroxide being taken up and then producing beryllium powder would be most easily done on Talos. So I'm leaning towards doing the processing over there, especially as we've got rid of all the biters from there. The next step is vitalic reagent, which is being shipped around, so that's okay. Makes naquitite crystals, and then the crystals are made into. Oh, good grief! There's something here. What are you? Naquium energy data is going to require naquitite crystals, so we're going to have to ship them out. But anyway, that's then also pyroflux and methane gas, which are. Again, things that are being shipped around, at least kind of, or at least theoretically and potentially, and could be in larger quantities as and when necessary. So, I think what I'm going to do is put together. I'm going to put together another ship, and probably another ship that's going to go out to Talos and is going to be basically responsible for all the Naquium stuff. So it'll carry out Naquium ore and the amount and sufficient. Everything else in order to make that Naquium ore into into Naquium, and then bring back Naquium ingots and Naquium crystals, and potentially in the future it might bring back other Naqui things as well. But I will do the Naquium, the crushing of the naquitite down to crushed naquitite. I shall do remotely out on the thingammy. Out in the asteroid field, because that is going to allow me to bring 4 times as much over.
8 times.
Is it 8 times? Okay, stack dice doubles as well, does it?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, 8 times as much back, and I think that's worth missing out on a step of productivity module and having to ship the iridium out there to do that. Yeah, Alan, the trick for that is to turn all of feed. So okay, so you put down an arithmetic combinator. I don't actually want to reprogram one. Let's put in an extra one over here. and then I'll go off and start thinking about what I need to take with me to parts unknown. So yeah, stick in an arithmetic combinator and do one of these for each of the different things you want. Actually, better idea. Take one of these and yeah, exactly, War Chief. That's or parfait, whatever I should call you. That's my point. The raw Naquitite doesn't stack very well at all, so crushing it is going to allow us to transport 8 times as much, and it only requires iridium. So if over here you feed in all of your different fuel types, Alan, and say for each add 0 and then output it as, I don't know, fireball or something like that. Or whatever signal you want to output it as, then you can use that single signal to tell you how much stuff there is there available. Now, if you have different stack sizes available, that could cause you some issues. But this is a good way to allow you to trigger an LTN system on multiple different inputs and treat them all exactly the same. I'll leave exactly how that works as an exercise for the listener, and at least until we get around to making a video about it, which I am going to do, because that sounds like, but because your question is quite an interesting one. I might even invite some of the supporters to weigh in as well, because I think getting a few extra opinions on this could be good fun. But I'll explain that in more detail on the Discord another time. Right. So if I'm going out to another star system or somethinging area, we've discovered some new what's names? And these are even closer. That one doesn't have very much Naquitite. That one has no Naquitite. That one has very little Naquitite. That one has very little Naquitite. I think we're probably going to need to go... Yeah, I think my plan of going to Stardust has not changed, because all of these other ones have... This one has some, but it doesn't... Let's have a quick look at it, actually. Let's see if we can find any... See if we can find decent patches of Naquitite out here. Because I'm not averse to changing my mind when confronted with... useful evidence. Well, we've scanned the immediate area around the centre and found nothing. That's a good start. Let's have a quick look around here. I haven't seen any so far, but then the map generation is lagging well behind my cursor, so it's kind of an unfair comparison. Right, how are we doing? Okay, there's a patch there. There's 1 point... No, that's rare metals, sorry. It's all rare metals. No, this place is useless. Let's not go here. 'Tis a silly place. Where was I looking just now? Can't even remember what it was called. Does it tell you down here which ones you've shenaniganed, scanned at all? No. Where? Oh, Interstellar Barons. There we go. Name. Oh, we already sorted by name. Interstellar Barons. Delete surface, because there's no point in continuing to simulate this when there's nothing useful there. So, back to Plan A. We're going to Stardust. Hey, good luck, Alan. Yeah, it should be a nice, fun challenge. I think it's going to be a very interesting one. So yes, Interstellar Barons it is. No. Stardust it is. We're going to Stardust. Dead Space is also rubbish. Galactic Graveyard, rubbish. Dusty Voids, rubbish. Ephemeral Expanse, rubbish. Icefield, rubbish. Hailstorm, rubbish. There's not very many. Here's another one over here. Sands of Time, but that's a lot further away than Stardust. It's got a lot of Naquium. 657, 673, 673. So it's the same. Yeah, no, Stardust is clearly the one to go for because it's the closest and it's got a decent supply. So that means I will hop in the interstellar transport ship that the Mark made for us. This one over here, which is now fully fueled. But I will need to take stuff with me. And so I need to decide what I want to take out there, what I'm going to build, how I'm going to do all of this. So, what am I going to need? I'm going to need some system for providing power. Now, there are three ways to generate power in a that I can think of off the top of my head. 3 ways to generate power in an asteroid field. The first way is the way I used when I played 0.5, where I flew out with a ship like this, or with a ship more likely like this, and I'd pump the water. I'd pump water in from that from that place into the ship and then pump steam out. So that way I would end up with we would have the ship would take out an enormous quantity of heat in the heat battery, and then we would use that heat to boil water to turn it into steam. Then we would stockpile a load of that steam into massive tanks and turn that into electricity, pass it through the various turbines and so on, condenser turbines, turn it back into water, and then the next time the ship comes out, you pump it through again to be heated up back into steam. So you essentially have the ship brings out the power that the outpost needs as in the form of heat, and you then turn it into electricity. The second way is the way that Tristan did it. You fly out there, you put down one of these beam receivers, and you fire a really powerful beam from Kalidus orbit at the beam receiver to cook it up, toast it, get it up and nice and warm, and then you can use that to then power the base. And once you've got it up to temperature, because these outposts don't tend to use all that much power, you don't need that big a beam transmitter in order to just keep the place ticking over. The downside of it is you have a bit of downtime while you wait for the thing to be heated up, but I could spend that time just building things and getting the area set up. So it's not the end of the world. There's going to be a lot of building work to do out there before everything's ready. It's just a little bit annoying to do building work when you don't have power. That said, I could power it off the spaceship until that thing gets up to temperature and starts running. The advantage of that is that you don't have to worry about time between ships. You just always have power available there because you always have this beam receiver that's producing the power. Downsides are you have to wait for it to heat up, which is, I say, not a huge problem, but you do. It uses an addition. It means you have to have an additional beam running as well as the one that warms up the spaceships. Again, not a serious problem. And thirdly, it feels like it stretches the what's the name of belief a little bit, because whilst having a ship turn up with a really hot thing and providing the power for the station feels like it sort of makes sense, sending a beam into an energy beam interstellar feels a little bit iffy to me somehow. Okay, it's going to lose 99% of its power on the way over, but it still seems a little bit sus. So, secret option number 3, after the take power out in the heat battery and just have a beam receiver out there, secret option number 3 is build a nuclear power plant out there, and potentially consider upgrading it to an antimatter one or whatever one later. But in the meantime, for now, it would just be a nuclear power plant, because that's the tech we have available. We could certainly do that. We have the capabilities for it. But then we'd have to ship out uranium to keep it powered, or at least uranium fuel cells to keep it powered. We'd have to deal with the nuclear waste. We'd end up with a load of tritium that we don't know what to do with. I think, whilst it is certainly a possibility, I think it's just objectively worse, and therefore not one I'm going to consider seriously. Can anyone think of any other ways to power an outpost? Taking out lots and lots of coal and setting up steam turbines does not count. Solar panels don't work out there because there is basically no sun.
3 million solar panels.
Sorry?
3 million solar panels.
yeah, maybe. I wonder.
It has an amount of power. It's just basically nothing.
Yeah. Where was it I was going?
That's why the beam
Stardust.
works.
True. Yeah, solar is 1%. So we would need a ridiculous quantity of solar panels, and that's just... I don't think it's even worth considering. I do want to nudge...
My vote is for an option that isn't what either of us did last time, but I don't know what that is. The unlisted next option.
I do like doing something completely different. However, I don't like the idea of
not nuclear.
I don't like the idea of nuclear. So if anyone has any suggestions that aren't either taking out a hot heat battery and warming and producing some steam out there, or having a beam receiver on site, and also aren't nuclear, answers in the comments, and I will consider it, because doing something different would be quite nice. At the moment, I'm kind of leaning towards the no. We haven't researched fusion. Transport steam out there. Taking one of these things out and boiling water out there is sort of like transporting steam out there. It's not quite the same, but it's sort of the same.
I'm a bit against the ship having to being required as part of it, because that's lowers the redundancy. You seriously risk it just losing power because there's the ship's not flying.
Yeah. That said, if there is enough power buffered in whatever system you use to produce enough Naquitite to fill up the ship, when the ship turns up, it will have power. It will be able to run the pumps and the space station and so on, and therefore get everything running again. And so as long as it fills the tanks up again before it leaves, that's not the end of the world. Because I don't think you get asteroids in deep space.
I thought you did.
Oh, I'm not sure. I had a feeling you didn't. I don't know where I got that idea from. I could be completely wrong.
I thought you didn't in your solo run, and then by an asteroid or something.
That is also possible. It is theoretically possible for it to take too much power from the ship so that the ship can't come back. Yes, at that point you would, I don't know, cry. Probably point. You'd point a beam at the ship to warm it back up again, and then
Nope,
limp it back home, and then bring it back home.
The
again.
ship has to get to somewhere where it can have a beam pointed at it.
Yes, but
Because
if
stranded is not an option.
true stranded, if it gets actually stranded, then it's screwed. However, in my experience, the amount of heat one of these things holds is so much energy that there's no risk of not being able to get back again. I think, given absence of ideas at the moment, I think I'm going to start putting an additional energy beam receiver onto the ship that's going to fly out interstellar, so that I can get it warmed up here rather than out there, and then go out and build it the way you did last time. Because at least I'm not doing the same as I did last time, even if I am doing the same as you did last time. Does that make sense?
Yep. I think you are overestimating how long it takes to heat up, but we'll see.
Quite possibly. All right. I'll just head out there and put one down and see how long it takes to heat up. And if it's boring and horrible, then we'll all blame you. That seems fair. Right. Let's put in some requested chests across here then, and start putting things into this ship.
This does require you to actually start heating it up once you arrive, not leave it until last.
Oh yeah, of course. Yes.
Oh, I've now put it in. Oh, hey, it hasn't heated up immediately.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be sensible. Can I have these chests, please? He says, being impatient already. Here they come. So we're going to need a beam receiver. Let's see, these things. These have a max consumption of 560 megawatts. These have a max consumption of 400 steam per second. These can produce. I have a feeling, yeah. It's actually, if you want to get the ratio right, it's 2 high temperature heat exchangers to 1 high temperature turbine generator, isn't it?
I wasn't listening for the start of that.
The ratios are 2 high temperature heat exchangers to 1 high temperature turbine generator, I believe.
I think so. It's 2 to 1. I don't remember which way round it is.
Yes, you could use a nuclear reactor to preheat the beam receiver. Yes, I don't remember off the top of my head what temperature nuclear reactors get to, but you can use them to. Yes, you can use them to bring them up to at least their operating temperature, which I think is it 500 or maybe it's a few thousand.
So. It's not a lot compared to the beam receiver.
So you can, but it's not really worth it.
The antimatter ones you can definitely do.
Okay, yeah, that would make more sense.
Actually, I did that in reverse. I used a beam receiver to preheat my antimatter reactors for my Victory ship.
Okay. Yeah, that probably makes more sense that way around. So we'll have 2 high temperature heat exchangers and 1 high temperature turbine generator, and we don't have any heat pipes that will work with those, but we're also going to need some condenser turbines. I'll order 10 of those. I don't think I need 10, I think I need 3. I noticed there's 2 on this ship, which concerns me slightly. Maybe you only actually need 2. Why are there no condenser turbines up here?
Buffer chests?
Yes. Thank you. Oh, nuclear reactor will make steam at 500 but heat up to 1,000. So it is, yeah, so it'll get you to 20% of what you need, because these will generate steam at these general overall systems will generate steam and power at 5,000, but will heat up to 10,000. So yeah, it's quite a lot higher. Okay, so that's my that's the bits and pieces for generating power out there. I will also need a comically large quantity of scaffolding. So let's ask for 10. How this stacks up to 100, doesn't it? So I can fit 4,000 in this without having an overrun. 4,000. And that'll do for that chest. So that's everything I need in order to produce electricity and put down a bit of flooring. Next, I'm going to need mining Naquium, Naquitite. Now I think this requires, is it a big drill? Yes, this requires big drills or Mark III drills. What does a Mark III drill require? And yes, we have researched it. Wonder if it's worth wonder if it's worth making Mark III drills. Let's not bother for now. Let's go in and get some just to have some large drills. At least I assume we're not making Mark III drills anyway yet.
I don't think anyone's made them since we researched.
Big mining drills then. So you always need more of these than I expect. So let's ask for 1,000.
Less so for Naquium, but yeah.
True. I could put speed modules in them. Get it out a bit faster, isn't it? Naquium patches tend to be quite deep. So there's three possibilities here. One is don't bother with modules at all because it's a happy medium. One is put speed modules in so you get the stuff faster, but you use the patches up quicker. The third one is to do what Mike has done with his iridium mines and put in productivity modules so you get more out in total, but it takes longer for each individual bit to come out. I think the Naquium patch
is efficiency modules, so you don't need as much power generation.
I don't expect power to be a problem.
No,
to be honest. We're going to have loads and loads of power. Oh yeah, pylons are a good shout. I'm going to need quite a lot of those. Actually, I say I'm going to need a lot. I'm not going to need that many because if I bring pylon substations, I can probably get away with less than 100. So I'll ask for 100 because that's more than I can imagine myself needing. Power is unlimited with a star by it. Yes, the power is easy to come by and therefore not generally a worry, but in theory you can get through quite a lot of it. Let's have that's 30 stacks. I think there's room for that in this chest. Yeah, there is. I agree, regular. Mike, however, is a what's name unto himself, and disagrees with absolutely everybody just on general principles. And so he's been using he's been putting productivity modules in miners, even though I keep going, "Why have you done this? What are you doing? Stop it!" He doesn't listen to me. Let's take out some of the normal stuff that you just always need lots of, like splitters and undergrounds. I hope not to need too many of those. I am going to use trains for this, though. So I'll take out some spaceship trains, locomotives, 10 loco, and it stacks so shallowly. Ooh, that was a lot of bots. That I'm tempted to I'm tempted to make some really, really long trains. Like. Oh, and space trains accelerate. You get acceleration from each wagon as well. So you don't need anything like as many locomotives. In fact, I probably don't need the 10 I've asked for. But let's ask for 80 wagons, and I can make 10 trains, eight long each, and they'll be able to carry. That way, I might actually be able to carry a useful amount of Naquitite. We'll need. Then okay, so that's the mining end. Oh, no, I need some stations as well. So we'll take 10 stations. That seems like a number. And I'm definitely going to need signals if I'm going out and and building up an anything. I think that should be enough to get some Naquitite and bring it back to a central location for investigating. At that point, oh no, I'm going to need sulfuric acid as well. So I'm going to need fluid wagons. Let's take 20 so I can have 2 on each train. And that means I'm going to therefore need pumps for loading and unloading them, and tanks for loading and unloading them. I don't think he's put beacons in though, no guard, I'm afraid. Yep, going to need loads of space rail. That's an excellent point. I'm going to put space rail in a different chest because I'm probably just going to fill this one up to the brim like that. Because I think this is probably going to be quite a big area. It's going to need lots of room for trains, lots of rail for the trains. Because I imagine the any Naquitite patches I find are going to be quite a long way away. I'm going to need sulfuric acid, so I'm going to need to take out iron and sulfur and make the acid on site. So that's going to mean I'm going to need the machines, the space biochem facilities, the space chemical plants, which are there, biochem facilities. 5 is probably enough of those, actually, because I think they run pretty quickly, and I don't think I'm going to need enormous amounts of sulfuric acid. Right, so I think that should be enough to get the Naquium out of the ground, Naquitite out of the ground and brought to a central place. So we're going to be taking out the iron and the sulfur for making sulfuric acid. That can mine the Naquitite. We'll get Naquitite, bring it back by train. I think I've got that step done. Yep, you're quite right, Doopy. I haven't quite got to that stage yet. I'm trying to be logical, which isn't like me, but I'm giving it a go. So then this stage, I'm going to need pulverizers, or rather mechanical facilities, because doing it in space. Going to need a load of pipes for the water. Oh, pipes! I hadn't thought about pipes. I've got some pumps, but no pipes. So yeah, we're going to need a load of space pipes, and we're going to need a load of mechanical facilities. So let's have. But I'm going to need a lot of space pipes because the mines are going to require them as well. So let's take 3,000 of those, and where's space underground pipe?
Do some mark stuff so there may be some lag as I place blueprints.
Okay, that's all right. Oh yeah, the bots have stopped moving. Oh no, they've gone again now. That's all right. I'm not doing anything that requires fast reactions. I'm just trying to think of things. So yeah, that's fine. 300 of those, and also a stack of long pipes and a stack of slightly less long pipes. I don't know if all that's going to fit in this box. And also going to need some mechanical facilities, as I'm getting there gradually. Mechanical facilities, that's you. I'm going to take 50 of those, because I just have this feeling that we're going to have... I'm going to take 50 of those, so I just have this feeling that I'm going to put... If I put down 5, then it'll start building... I'll realise it's woefully slow and just can't crush stuff fast enough. I'm going to want some warehouses, but I think I might have that in my personal inventory. Why am I standing outside a spaceship? I'm just using up life support packs unnecessarily. Yes, I have 30 warehouses. That's probably going to be enough. I have some space train parts as well, and some ground rail. I shall leave that in a warehouse of shame before I leave. And warehouse of shame is probably going to be on here, actually. So let's put that in there. Got a load of pylons that may or may not come in useful. I'm not going to take any ground belts because that's pointless. Let's turn... Okay, that's fine. There's no point in having any of that stuff with me because I'm not going to be able to use any of it because I'm going to be in space. It's the same with all of that. Inserters are useful. Ground pipes not so useful. Oh, I filled the box. Ground pipes not so useful. Steel pipes not remotely useful. Pumps are useful. Stations, well, yeah, okay, I've been a bit unnecessary here. I don't think I'm going to need air purifiers. Or offshore pumps. I've got electric mining drills too. They're no use. These speed modules. Let's just get rid of them by bot because those are not supposed to be in my inventory or even in circulation anymore. Those are supposed to be getting reprocessed, recycled. I might as well fill everything up with speed modules. Yeah, I think I've fallen what's named to Tristan's lag. Yeah, let's have some speed modules. The cheap ones, of course. We're not too worried about making things go really fast. Just might as well give them that little bit of an oomph. I got a load of belts for transporting stuff around, for mining and transporting stuff around between machines and all that sort of shenaniganery. I'm going to need. I'm going to need a couple of spaceship clamps in order to allow my ships to land and take off. Take 4 just in case I've underestimated something. What else do you need to allow a spaceship to land? Warehouses. insert loaders would be quite good, and long superior inserters. I want quite a lot of those. I think I've got some, but more is always more. Other than that, signal receiver, lots of signal receiver, lots of arithmetic and decider combinators. That'd be a good idea. So I want a signal transmitter, signal receiver, combinators. Let's take all of them. Them, and them. Right. I think that's enough for me to consider going out and starting to mess around with things. I've probably forgotten stuff, but I feel like I'm close enough that I'm prepared to give it a shot and see how I get on. Let's get rid of that. Actually, let's have the doorways up here on this ship, like this. Yeah, that's level. Okay. So it'll let me get in and out without having to try and hit it at high speed with the jetpack. Okay, so yeah, as I say, I think that's everything requested. Let's see if all the requests have actually gone through. No, we're still waiting for these drills, which is fair enough. I did ask for an awful lot of them, and I don't know where they're being made or how they're getting up here, but I'm okay with it taking a little while. These space cargo wagons are taking a little while. We've got 48 out of the 80 so far. To be honest, that's probably enough. I don't need that many trains immediately. We've filled up over here with space rail. That's good.
That's probably us trying not to make them in too large, have them up here in too large a quantity, because they generally get used in very small quantities.
What, the space trains pieces?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could be right.
You're basically the one exception at the moment.
Yes. And I'm going to delete all of these so I don't accidentally request them all again when I come back from wherever I go. Ah, we've got enough of the big mining drill. No, we haven't. We've got some of them coming in. That's why it's gone yellow. I've got to almost 500 out of the 1,000 I asked for. Might go when it gets to 500. Across here. Let's reckon that 48 space cargo wagons is probably sufficient, and then come, especially as I've got some in my inventory, and then come back and request more later when it's required. Right, I've got all of that now. Right, I guess at this point I can't do any more prevaricating about. I'm going to have to actually head out to parts unknown. So on the ship, let's boop. I want to go to... Where do I want to go to? I want to go to Stardust. Roboports! Yes, good point. Very good point. I've forgotten all about those. Yes, those are very... yes and no. I mean, yes, I'll definitely take some. I've got 10 of them in my inventory. Let's have a few more. But I don't know if I'm probably not going to cover the entire area in robo networks, because they're going to be too disparate and too far apart, too separated for that to be particularly realistic, I think. Where are
I would suggest a Spidertron, but we're not even making them yet.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the ideal time for a Spidertron.
Not even, actually, because it wouldn't be that good in an asteroid field unless I very carefully put down stepping stones or long strings of pathways for it to walk around on.
It's really far away is the reason it's useful.
Yes. Hopefully this ship is fast enough that won't matter too much. We shall see. Oh yeah, superior inserters. Thank you. I mentioned those and then completely forgot about them. Thank you. Superior long inserters I would like to have. 50 is probably enough, so let's ask for 100. You know what would also be good would be to have some green or red chests, or even yellow chests. Yeah, alright, yellow chests, yes. I can replace all these with yellow chests once we get going. And then the stuff will be pulled out of them and put back into them as appropriate. What are we waiting for? Apart from Christmas. Okay, another 90 superior long filter inserters. I mean, I have 110 in my pockets, but... Oh, did I bring loaders? Space loaders? I did not. Again, I've got 16 of those in my pockets, which isn't really enough. So those should... Yeah, we won't have any trouble bringing those over. These are on their way, apparently. Oh, there we go. They all arrived very, very suddenly. Okay, so those those loaders are very, very useful. A Spidertron with a jetpack. That would be amazing. As far as I'm aware, not a thing. Taishikusen's getting pummeled, but we don't care. Talos has run out of logistic storage, but network storage space. Lovely. Yeah. Yes and yes, Holger. I am indeed going for Naquium, and it does indeed require sulfuric acid. This ship does not have the capability to produce sulfuric acid. However, I am taking stuff with me to allow a future ship to bring out everything that's required for sulfuric acid. So, whilst I don't have any at the moment, it has been planned for. This ship not going to produce any sulfuric acid, is not going to get any Naquium. However, this ship is going to get me out there quickly and allow me to build up everything I need in order to make some Naquium. Right, so let's go to Stardust. That's not what I meant to do. I wanted to... No. Here. Type in the box. Stardust. Anybody? Dust? 2 hours, 10 minutes and 57 seconds at maximum speed. Let's hope that's wrong. Of course there's a mod with this to give you a Spidertron with a jetpack. Why am I not surprised? Oh, my speed is set to ludicrously slow. Let's set that to 100 and see how we get on. This is accelerating pretty damn quickly. We've got to 100 now. What if I set that? Let's set that to 200, except when I'm in asteroid fields, and see how we get on. If we start to take damage, then I'll drop the speed down a little bit. But so far, this seems to be coping. We are still accelerating, granted, but it is coping so far. Can I get to 200? We haven't found out how fast this ship will go yet. I mean, it's possible it can do significantly more than 200. The acceleration is slowing down, though. The rate of change of position is fairly low. Although that said, we're nearly at 200. 200 seems to be manageable, and we are cleaning up all of the rocks that are approaching as well. So that seems to be reasonable. Yeah, the ship is doing a lot better than the frame rate. That is, but then frame rate can catch up whenever it wants. There's less pressure there. Let's put in another couple of lasers though, just for the hell of it. In fact, you know what? Let's go nuts with a number of lasers, because I want to go nice and quickly without having to worry about things getting wrecked. Oh yes, you're right. Derivative acceleration is jerk. That does ring a bell. I do think I've heard that before. So yes, we are bimbling along quite merrily. Did I bring any spare spaceship wall? I did not bring any spare spaceship wall. That would have been smart, just in case we do get any holes punched in it. Oh, we've slowed down a lot. Why are we going slowly?
Too much hot steam.
I did wonder that, but no, it's only half. This thing is only half full. Yes, too much into... Yeah, you do need 3 of these things. Damn it, Mark. I had a feeling. Fortunately, I brought some more with me. And hopefully more than I need. How am I going to get this through, though? Oh, over here. That's fine. Nothing like redesigning a spaceship in flight, is there? There we go. Now that seems to have sorted it, at least for as of right now. No. There's still 1900 steam in here, and we're not running as fast as I would like. This pipe is empty, though. This pipe is fairly full, but not problematically so. This tank is full, but not problematically so. Maybe we've got enough... Yeah, okay, all the engines are firing now, so... Have we hit 200 speeds? No, we're... Oh, I'm in an asteroid belt, so it's slowing down. Yeah, you're probably right. Yes, you're right. I've gone into... Wow! I'm passing through... Okay, so maybe that was the problem. It was going through Khalid's... I'm going to pull that... I'm going to perhaps... Oh, mark an apology. So I'm going to take that round. Take that back out again. And... see if we end up in problems. See if we have problems once we come out the other side of the asteroid belt. Whether there's a problem there, because it might just be two. It might just be you only need two. I think I'm okay over there on the right hand side. No guard. There's quite a lot of coverage from the lasers in the ship is so small that even the lasers on the the lasers on the left don't quite reach the lasers on the right hand side of the ship, but all of the central lasers cover the right hand side of the ship. So I think we're probably going to be okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I take it back. The reason we've got 1900 steam stockpiled in here is because we're full of it's power that is the limiting factor at the moment, not getting rid of the steam, which is why there is no steam in here. So yeah, I was wrong. We don't actually need we don't need any of this. There we go. Take that back out. And yeah, so I suppose I might as well put the lasers back in. Even though they're technically not required. Okay, so at this speed, how long is it going to take to get there? I can't move this window. 8.5 minutes left. So I mean, we're going at quite a speed. This is a decently fast ship. I think at this point, I'm tempted to increase the. I suppose with the number of lasers I've got on the front of this. Go nuts. Show me how fast you can go. Let's try and set a new speed record for this playthrough. I mean, I think I already have by doing 200, but let's let it go absolutely nuts and see what it's capable of. Like when you get on that nice straight bit of track and you just plant your foot in the carpet to see what your car can actually do. But then whenever I do that, I always run out of straight before I've managed to find out where it actually maxes out. Okay, this seems to max out at 201. So maybe it might make 202, but the rate of acceleration is very, very slow. No, it's made 202. Maybe it'll make it to 203. Maybe it doesn't really matter. I feel like I should probably go off and look at something else, but at the moment I'm kind of invested in making sure this doesn't die horribly, especially as I'm on it. And I didn't bring any spare spaceship wall. Actually, that said, there's two pieces at the front I can steal here if I need to. So if we do get a small hole punched in it, then I can repair it. One thing I do want to do is swap these out for yellow chests, because that way, when I do start building stuff with bots, we can pull from them much more easily. Yep, I've not been pulled over for speeding yet. I don't know what the limit is, but I'm doing 202.5 at the moment, and the cops don't seem to mind that too much. I'm afraid that's a joke I don't get, no guard. But yes, there is definitely an interstellar... Yeah, there's an interstellar Barons. We're not going there because it is a silly place. It has very little naquitite, and so given that's the whole point of what we're trying to do, I'm not going to go there. We'll send someone there later looking for arcospheres, but for now, just no.
It doesn't look too bad.
Sorry?
The others look better. It doesn't look too bad.
Okay, it's not
from the numbers you were showing there.
Yeah,
they're all over 100%.
300. It's 300, 250, 150. Whereas Stardust is 650, 350, 350. Sorry, 650, 750, 350. So basically, all the numbers are double or more what they were for this one. So I think it's worth the extra flight time out to Stardust, even though I would already be there if I was going to Interstellar Barons. But yeah. Oh, okay. I never played World of Warcraft. Played Warcraft 2. Does that count? Played quite a lot of Warcraft 2 many years ago. Tell you what, while we're on this exciting journey through the interstellar void, let's go and have a look at Norvis and have a look at the big graph of confusion. I mean, doom. I mean, supplies. And see that we're still... Okay, we have reasonable amounts of everything. Everything's green except iridium and matter catalogues. and Vita, which is something we're not really monitoring properly. Oh no, take that back. We're a bit short of these sciences over here. We've got no S. No S tier science. We've got a bit of a shortage of space science, and quite a shortage of rocket and blue and green. Wow, we're actually really short of loads and loads of the science cards, and we've run out of steel ingots. How come we've run out of steel ingots? That seems like a weird problem to have. I'm going to investigate
Yellow
that one
science is
first.
backed up all the way to the things that are making them.
Okay, there must be a problem up with the system that's reading it then. Steel ingots appear to be completely full. Are you not connected? Ah, you're not connected out properly. It's the green cable carries out, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, the steel ingot supply is not connected to the network. That's why there's a problem there. That I can fix like that. Dum. Okay, maybe we're just looking at the supplies up in space then, and we haven't taken any up there yet. Are you?
Science
I see you're putting down an enormous quantity of flooring.
Yeah, I thought it was stone we were overflowing on, but it's actually processed fuel over in the core stuff. Basically, all the trains were backed up.
Oh, I
so
see.
It's about to jam up downstream.
Okay. Yeah, so we've got loads of this science data cards coming through here. So when this train goes up and has run probably a couple more times, we should then have a plentiful supply. Oh, actually, no, there's some very, very shortages of lots of things along here. So we've got those two science packs. That's fine. The yellow ones seem to be okay. Along here, we're short of heavy assemblies, which isn't too much of a surprise given they're difficult. We've run out of blue data cards. We've run out of green data cards.
Greens are being produced really slowly.
Right.
The supply is fine. It's just they're full of tier 3. We've probably just done something that consumes them in massive quantities.
Yeah, but I feel like even if we've just loaded a train up, we shouldn't have got to the point where the belts are this empty. Now look at the red one. Look on the stream if you want. That's the sort of thing I expect to see. I expect to see a load that's been pulled through, and then have it refilling the buffer on the belt.
Those are under a beacon.
Right. Yeah. So that's sort of what I'm getting at. The green ones are problematic and therefore need a bit of a kicking. What was it? It was blue ones were also problematic, wasn't it? So these are just being fed off all of that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Greens will have a beacon now. I don't know what blues
are. You put that in with tier 2 speed modules on it.
I copied the one that was to the left. We can overwrite them.
Yep, done.
Once it's placed.
Oh no, it's alright. I've done it.
Okay. Do you want to put one here as well then?
Yeah. Oh, here. Yes. There we go. Yeah, we're also kind of short. We're also kind of producing the military ones kind of slowly, but we're also using them kind of slowly. So I don't think that matters. In fact, given that, let's not put that there. Let's put that here. If I can find somewhere for it, there I'll have to do. Actually, there will do perfectly. Put it on the other side, and then it'll get the military science as well. Even though it's not actually a problem, this will make sure it never is. I think.
Yeah, we're using them at the moment because we're doing energy weapons.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Exactly, yeah, regular. More beacons is always the way to go. Oh, thanks for the resub, Calcium. Sorry I missed that 55 minutes ago. I still haven't found a good way of making sure I'm alerted when a notification comes in like this. So yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. 19 months. Wow, that's a hell of a time. It's sometimes when I see things like that, it kind of surprises me because I forget that I guess I know that I have been doing this streaming malarkey for quite a long time, but when I see something that pops up and says that I've been doing it for more than a year and a half like that, that's a lot. That's a long time. And you've been supporting me for that all that time. Awesome, thank you. Some power for that beacon would be quite useful. I bet I didn't power the other one either. Oh no, it is powered. That's fine. Just waiting for the modules to show up, and those are probably being brought from. Oh, I was going to say they're probably being brought from blooming miles away, but some of them have arrived, so that's a good start. So now we're going at crafting speed of. Oh, it's unpowered. That's why. So we're going. Yeah, they're currently running at a crafting speed of 0.25, which is the slowest they can possibly go. These ones over here are also the same because the beacons haven't arrived. The modules haven't arrived yet. When they do, we'll then start running at whatever speed these ones are running at over here. Speed of 4, so 16 times faster. That's quite impressive. That's a big jump. He says, trying to be vaguely patient. Come on, bots. It's a medium power pole. How long can that take to find? I don't know where they're being made or stored or anything like that, but...
Well, you've got a time limit. You've got to find them now. Before the bots complain. That
Can I find them before the bots do? Yeah. Hey, they've got computers to help them find things. Oh, here comes... No. Oh, there's a... Bots carrying speed modules for some reason. That's weird.
I mean, you also have a computer to help you find things.
I don't care. I'm going back to my spaceship, which is it's still 2 minutes away from where I'm going, so there's still a while to go.
I've added somewhat more of a buffer to the processed fuel.
Okay.
Yeah, because I may have gone slightly overboard.
Yeah, maybe slightly.
Everything ground to a halt. So
yeah, I mean, on the one hand, that's ridiculous. On the other hand, I'd rather we didn't grind to a halt. So yeah,
I've put an alert in at the bottom, which will alert when it's becoming a problem again. It's currently alerting because it's still passing stuff through.
Okay. Do we actually notice alerts?
I know
I
this
do,
is
says
a
Tristan.
problem because I've been going through them.
Fair enough.
So I spotted all this issue.
As he says, yeah, there's a solid fuel pure processed fuel pouring out of this. There's 22,000 of it in there. Wow. Yeah, I can see why that would cause issues. And then there's another 4,000 of it in the other warehouse as well, and presumably countless thousands of it down here. 40,000, 25,000. Yes, there's rather a lot down here, and a train coming and picking it. Yeah, that is a lot of processed fuel. You're not kidding. I blame Mark.
Yep.
So is this going to be something we're just stockpiling and going, what do I do with all this processed fuel? And it's just
I
going
was
to get
hoping we were
more,
going to be
more,
using it
more
up,
forever.
but yeah, we might need to actually start
Generating
crushing
power
it from the
it or
top
something.
warehouse or something. Or that, yeah.
Just go back to burning it to generate electricity because we need to use it somehow. Although then we wouldn't use any of that electricity because it would be deprioritized compared to other places. Ooh, there's a difficult question from Therefore, or Dot, or whatever you're called. Oh, it's Dot. There's a colon after it that made me think it was a Therefore symbol. What science to go for first after the first orbital one? So you need to do space science, and you then need to do production and utility science. I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference which way around you do those, so I'd recommend having a look at what you get from those researches and choose based on that.
One gets you bots.
Okay, one gets...
And most people go...
No, one gets you advanced logistics. You already have bots.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, that's a traditional one to go for, probably. If you mean after that, when you have to choose between the 4 tiers, again, it's a choose what you want to go for, I guess. And personally, I would go for the energy one, because that's going to get you space trains, and space trains are awesome. The other option is to... the other thing to consider perhaps then is after that, I guess I would then go probably Astro and maybe all the way up to Astro 3, because then you can get spaceships. But to be honest, it's a case of I'd say it's a case of look at the researches, look at what you get with each of those unlocks, and decide which one you value the most. Because there isn't, it is intended that there is no single correct way to do it. You can also choose whether to go wide or deep as well. So it's very much up to you.
Astro 1, Energy 1, and Material 2 gets you space elevators.
Okay, there's another answer.
That's what we went for before spaceships.
Oh, we've run out of holmium. It's all gone, apparently, according to the graph. I'm going to have a look at that. Matter science, because I suspect we might have enough. Matter science might be full, it's just the numbers are set wrongly. Let's have a look and find out. No problem, you're welcome. Always happy to help. No, matter science is not running. Why are you sad? Because you're missing microwave bacon data. Why are we missing? Why are we struggling with microwave bacon data?
Looks like scrap.
Oh, scrappers out with too much scrap, as usual.
That's not in the. Oh, yeah, recycling input backed up. And
It's all
low on
contaminated
astro
scrap
insights.
as well. I don't know if that's why, and we don't have enough contaminated scrap. No, it's just there isn't enough. Well, why is this slow here? Oh, because there's so much. It's broken. It's actually broken data cards that are the problem.
They're not backing anything up though.
No, but they are outputting a lot of scrap. If I come along here actually, and if I flick half of these over to drop onto the near side of the belt.
That's not gonna help.
It's sort of
We've
going
got a solid belt. We've got a full belt coming out at the end anyway, because it's being balanced.
Oh, yeah, so it is. Okay. All right, you're right. That is not going to help at all. So it's being mixed in here with the. Yeah, it's just. It's a throughput thing. It's a throughput on the belt thing. I think we need another belt coming down from the processed scrap. What if I do this? And then when that's ready, I rotate a belt. Yeah, it was indeed. You're right, regular. I didn't notice that because I don't know, wasn't paying attention or something probably.
So
there we
will
go.
Block this one. Does that matter?
My hope is that once we've got rid of the backlog here, it won't block it quite so much anymore. I think that's in hindsight. I think that's probably unlikely. It is going to cause issues. Ideally, I wanted to put a splitter in there, but unfortunately, there was not the space to do so because of the underground.
There are still slight gaps on that side of the belt, so
yeah, it does seem to be sort of kind of keeping up-ish.
What is that from?
Probably contaminated scrap processing.
Yes.
Okay, which is the one that I've just tried. Which is the one that I'm just sort of trying to free up. That seems to have helped a bit. It's put in.
Contaminated scrap is entirely fine.
No, well, it's the inputs at the top that are where it's struggling a bit, where there's a sort of a shortage of throughput.
That's just there's a lot on the belts. It's being, if it can get down there, it's being processed.
Yes, yeah, but I mean, there's too much stuff trying to be pushed in at the top, which is the thing I'm trying to fix a bit, because the one I just dealt with was putting additional scrap onto the belts, which there wasn't room for them to cope with. So taking that off there means that hopefully the belts at the top would now be able to flow in solidly. They're not. They're still jerking, and that's the next thing I'm going to try and work out. Right, yeah, it's this area down here. There's so many different belts all bringing scrap in. I'm kind of tempted to take out these two chests and replace them with a 4x4 box, whatever that's called. And have that way we can get more inputs going into it. I suspect we'll have a shortage of output as well, but then we can worry about that next. If we don't have the rate, if we don't have the throughput rate to deal with all of the scrap that's coming through, and then that's another thing that needs to be dealt with. But we can.
Yeah, that's
the problem is there's two full chests of scrap in there, which I don't want to put into. Ideally, I'd rather not shame.
We'll just do this.
Yeah, just turn all the inputs off. Yeah. It's going to take a while for all of that to churn through, but I see you've done other things. All right. In that case, we can get rid of all of this, I guess.
Actually, do it.
Oh no, not that one. Leave that one in. Oh, I see. Yeah, almost half of it's gone already. That's quite quick. Scrap. Does scrap need to be switched to train based rather than belt based? Maybe setting it up as a belt based system in the first place was a mistake. But in the immortal words of University Challenged, we've started, so we'll finish. I'd quite like, because we sort of started off like this. It'd be nice to. I want to see if we can make it work. If we can't, then maybe we can move over to a belt based, a train based system. But it'd be nice to be able to just let this all run and have it work. Oop, that's one of them done. Which of us is doing this?
I can do it.
Well, I was planning to, but then I was planning to do it, and then sort of things started happening underneath what I was doing. So, I can't go. Those inserters. Actually, no, those inserters can't go there. That'll have to go there. Then we'll put these inserters on the other side, and then we start putting in all of the loaders like that, and that's wrong. Try it again. Loaders. I'll put in another one there because there's a thing down here. What's that? Yeah, and another one as well, I think. So that comes down here. Why is there a blue chest here? What was going on down here? How is this getting... Oh, I see. Oh, I see.
That's on the output.
Yeah.
That's fair, yeah.
And then...
Yeah, that's probably going to be fine for filling up that warehouse.
Yeah. Is that all the inputs? Let's put these loaders in place and then see how it goes. So we've got 4 inputs now, whereas I think we only had 2 or 3 before, so that should be better.
No, I think we had 4 before.
Okay. Well, the other thing we need to do is get rid of those 2 and get rid of that.
No. Can you undo the one you... That pylon was... the alarm thing was set up.
Okay. I put it out of the way for now, because I want to
get...
that's
fine.
Right. The thing I want to get rid of is all the places where we're merging 2 different belts, because that's where all the jams come from, I think.
No, you removed from here. You removed a splitter that was sending scrap on the right-hand one.
What?
It was filtering scrap onto the right-hand one, so stuff on the left-hand one wasn't necessarily scrap.
Oh,
so
I
it's possible that
see.
there could be non-scrap on that belt.
All right. Okay, fair enough.
I don't know how likely that is, but...
No, that's fair. I've improved that. This is the remaining problem, I think. There's 2 belts going into a splitter there, and only one. Yes, 2 belts. There's 2 belts going being merged into one at that point, and that's causing the a problem.
So the one with this one here, that is the only thing going around there. Yeah, so I'll prioritise that one rather than the other one that's you're saying is the problem down at the bottom end, because it was prioritising the problematic one. This one before.
I don't know what you're pinging. I've got 2 pings sat on my screen. I don't know what you're.
So the one pointing left.
Yep.
Is the one that was prioritised from down below.
Okay.
It was sending it up that belt by priority. Now it's prioritising the other side. So once we've cleared the backlog...
It's not.
From
That splitter has no priority on it.
the other end of the belts.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Supplying them.
Right.
So at the moment now, no more, or very little more is coming up on the left pointing one. It's mostly coming to the right hand one. Once we get through what's on the belt at the moment. So it will...
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Okay.
one belt isn't necessarily quite enough.
Yeah. All right. We'll let that run through and then see how it gets on. Because I was thinking that we could just bring that one split off from down here and go into the bottom of the warehouse where there's still another potential input because I put in an extra output because I've miscounted.
Yeah, that's not also an option.
Although actually looking further down, no, we do want that output because down here we have two separate belts being fed from a single belt, so that's somewhere where we're leaving some capacity on the table.
Yeah. Kind of upsets me that you're doing it like that.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. All right. No, there's too much pipe in the way. There. And now we might need to extend the processing a little bit further along if we're. Yeah. In fact, yes, we now need twice as many or twice as fast machines doing this, doing the processing, because the scrap is only if we look up here, we can see that it's only really using the outer half. It's only really feeding half a belt of scrap. Oh, actually, no, take that back. Let me actually look at that sensibly. No, there is a full belt of scrap flowing into each of those. So that is fine. And now we should get. Yeah, we've now got 4 full belts of scrap flowing into the processing rather than what was in there before. So that should be better. Yeah, deep space belts is a possibility. That requires lots and lots of Naquium and other goodness knows what's. Yeah, we can go up to beacons. Actually, no, beacons wouldn't help because we are using we've got these 4 belts 1, 2, 3, 4 are all flowing solidly. And if we look here, the amount of scrap in this warehouse, in this storehouse, is going downwards. So we are winning here. This is now sorted and pulling the scrap through faster than it's being generated, faster than it's being brought in. As a bone, no, we haven't cleared this out yet, sadly. Where is it all coming from? Is it all coming from material, as is traditional? Probably is, because we've probably called for a load more. What do you call it? A load more fire data and whatever the other one is that matter needs. Yeah, the material is absolutely chocker full of scrap, and it is.
You can tell it's material because the middle belt is full of scrap.
Oh yeah, fair. However, let's check how we're doing on for the extra things. Oh no, we're still waiting for more compression data. That's this one. What? But it's not even being made at the moment. Oh, because it's got too much scrap. Okay, so it probably is being made. It's just we can't flow it out because there's so much scrap. Oh, oh no, there's things further up being made as well. What are you making? Locomotive. Oh, it's the locomotive crashing data that's the problem. Not. Presumably, we've had a flurry of catalogs we passed through.
Cards. Yeah.
I don't know where all of those seem to be full. So I think it is now just filling up buffers again. We are okay for all of those research packs. We're just letting things all fill back up again and get caught up. Train crash data is. Oh no, we have no train. Well, we have basically no train crash data available. So it is a bit of a train crash. But I mean, it'll catch up, and then things will calm down a bit, and it'll sort itself out. I think. I can come along here and I can set the priorities again. Oh, the bang Discord command doesn't seem to have worked, Tristan.
The what?
Exclamation mark Discord in chat hasn't kicked out a Discord link.
It shouldn't matter who's sending it.
Maybe the bot's asleep.
Oh.
Looks like the bot's asleep. Right. Well, I've set a priority on the output of the matter science scrap. I didn't know the bots were ionized in the first place for us to unionize them. Right, so I've set the priority there. That's going to pull all this scrap out of here reasonably quickly, hopefully faster than we can generate it. Oh, Tristan's producing some as well, just to make it even more horrendous. So, yeah, there we go. Yes, as you see now, we've pulled out quite a lot. There's a lot of Duff data cards here that need to be pulled through as well. So, there's quite a lot of stuff here that needs to be dealt with, but then eventually we will hopefully have things running nicely again, please. Okay, so we've sorted out the matter problem down here. This no longer matters. We're able to churn this out. We're able to get rid of this scrap nice and quickly, which means we can make all of the microwave bacon data, which means now we can start making these catalogs that we need, and we can make the graph a little bit happier. This will, however, have caused massive sadness further up the chain, because now none of this gets through. It's all just pulling through the scrap from the energy and from the matter science production. So that's a lot. In fact, that's ground to a slowdown as well.
Oh, that was me removing a splitter.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so all three of these belts are flowing flat out. So we are disposing of 3 belts worth of stuff. The middle scrap belt has gone empty. Oh, and now it's filled up. No, we're not okay. The middle belt is not actually full of scrap, which is interesting.
If you've blocked off material providing the other ones, then it's probably struggling to fill the middle one.
Oh, you mean because it can't put anything onto the bottom one? It can't put anything.
Yeah.
It's running out of stuff to put on the middle one. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Yes, Flea Blotch. Yes, they do indeed increase the demand. I mean, it depends on how big you build, really. And the problem is we've built rather big because there's 4 of us playing, and so we've got a bit carried away. But yeah, my computer's dropped down to only running this game at 45 UPS or so. Tristan's is about the same because they're relatively similar spec. I've been able to run Factorio fairly significant bases at a bit of without too much slowdown in the past. So yes, I would say this does make your computer struggle a little bit more. I'm afraid. But oh well. It's all down to it's down to the sheer scale of the mod, really. Because it's so big, you end up producing a lot more. You end up having to build a much bigger factory. Therefore, your computer has more to do, and therefore it struggles. It's as simple as that, really. No, specs is not a command. We have. I used to have a 4690K, and that was. And then I upgraded something that's about 3 times as fast as that. I think it's definitely an ATI one. I want to say it's a 5600X, but I can't remember. If you want me to look it up, ask me in the Discord. I can check on there at some point and give you a better answer. I'm wondering if we should have a separate belt for contaminated scrap coming out of the energy and matter area, because there seems to be a lot of that, and then run an additional belt down and go straight into the contaminated scrap processing area down here.
Would do.
Because at the moment, I mean, that
squeeze to fit it in. But yeah.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern.
Actually, no, that'll be fine.
Would need to get
essentially.
We need to get another belt going into the need to get another belt feeding into that blue chest in the middle. That's the problem, because there's only room for one belt to go into it at the moment.
No, do what I've put in there. Essentially.
Oh, I
that was copy paste. I can't remember what that belt's for.
I'm not sure that's gonna help. Might do a little bit, actually. We will then definitely be getting a full belt of input at least. Okay, I'll run another belt down all the way from the top and bring it in here.
Oh, you can't quite just jump over. I was thinking you just jump over from to the right, but that won't work because there's too many pipes here.
Hmm. Right, so we'll have that. Oh, and then a little bit more down here as well. I might have gone a little carried away with the amount of what's name I've used there, but never mind. Okay, so you want this to come in here, presumably?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
and it won't go
we're
underneath
still
that.
limited to,
Ah, rage. Can that go under? Yes. It'd help if it went the right way, though. Makes me happy how easy it is to drag a ridiculously long belt, even when you're going over various different things on the way through. Was this going to work? Yes, it did. Right, and then in here, put in another splitter there. Nope. And that goes up. No, it doesn't. It goes across, up, and then in there, like that. And then you filter out the contaminated scrap. Contaminated scrap out to the left. And then we turn that back again, and loop. There we go. So most of what's coming up here is contaminated scrap. It's got this far. Okay, we've got some more belts to place before that'll work nicely. But at least we're now emptying out all the stuff that's coming over from from everywhere else again. Oh, thanks, clown. So. Yeah, okay, so whoever Flea is, yes. Oh, you're talking to each other. That's absolutely fine. You carry on doing that. Yes, running games on SSDs is always a good idea. Just in general, really. Although I think with Factorio it probably won't make that much difference because it's going to be processor limited rather than hard drive limited. That said, mine is running off my NVMe drive just because that seems like a good idea. I've got the NVMe drive. I might as well. But yeah, it's sort of. I guess it's less important. Is my feeling. Did I do that right? No. Let's do that. Fail. Not that the output priority actually matters, but. Okay, so now we have now we have the contaminated scrap being filtered off here. That means there's a lot more space. That means this belt can flow a lot more freely, while still getting out all of the sort of the batteries and dead memory cards and so on from here. That's much easier, much better.
what was your logic to what you did on that one?
Which one? Oh, that one. I was very little. I was basically taking the priorities back off it. I don't know. I then I realised I'd unset a priority to the right for output, and so put it back on again, without really thinking about it.
No, you took off the priority to the left, which was a filter one, to not have random things on the output because untidy.
Oh, right. Yeah. No, prioritize it to the right. To not have things on
it. It was more like this one. With the filter on it.
Oh, I see. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, probably then. Alright, so how's this getting on down here? Yeah, so this is the throughput, the rate we're able to push it in here is potentially still going to be a bit of a problem, I think. I almost feel like this other, yeah, we need to have something, something like that. Oh, you're doing a disposal thing, okay. Or are you? I can't tell because you're so obsessed with the tidiness.
This will be more scrap to get rid of and basically come in from the other end.
Right.
Because
okay.
a full belt is not filling up and using all the machines.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I would agree. I agree with that assessment. Yeah. I think that's going to be better. Hello, Peter. Welcome. Good day to you too. And yes, what Cloud and everyone else have said about the advantages or disadvantages of running off solid state drives, that's spot on. You gain quite a bit from it in the game loading, but if you gain a lot from any disk access that's required, but Factorio doesn't require that much disk access, so it doesn't really matter. Jeez. Even there's so much junk and scrap, well, so much scrap and contaminated horribleness in this place. Yeah, we're just not really getting through it very nicely. And also, I've not balanced my belts very well.
It's very spaghetti, but there we go. We've got all the machines will be used now.
I'm looking the wrong way. There we go. I see. Yep.
Maybe I nudge it along to this inserter being the shared one.
It's hard to say because with the supply, we now have one. We only seem to have one belt of contaminated scrap coming in. Yeah. So it's hard to say.
I'll leave it like this because the full supply is coming in from the right. It's only two of the belts that can supply the left hand side.
Yeah, that's fine. And it might, once it starts, I don't know. So there's quite a lot. There is quite a lot of contaminated scrap coming in at the top. I think there must have just been a brief gap in it or something. Or maybe it's actually. Yes, it tends to look like this. There's a lot of memory data cards coming through. I guess these are all the ones that've been reformatted. But yeah, that's a lot.
I upgraded the percentage we get back.
I don't feel like that would have made that much of a difference. I think it's just that we're doing so much science. There's a huge flood of memory cards coming back in various states. No, we're well past rockets at this point, Flea. We've now got spaceships and space trains to transport all our stuff around. So we don't need rockets anymore. In fact, we tried to minimise the use of those as much as we reasonably could. We've moved way beyond rockets. That's old tech at this point, I suppose.
We are not launching satellites.
Is that because we don't need to, or because something's broken?
We've got an alert saying, "Hey, I need satellites."
That sounds like something's broken.
We need telemetry to be brought down, but there's a rocket built. That's saying we've got some down there, I think.
Right. So, what are you asking about, Flea? Are you asking about playing vanilla Factorio or space exploration? I wouldn't recommend starting with space exploration. Let's say say that much to start with, because it is a lot. If you're playing vanilla, I didn't really look at wikis and things particularly much when I started playing Factorio. I just sort of jumped in and went for it. I've looked at a few sort of bits and pieces here and there over the years, I guess, trying to get sort of a better idea of how everything works. But mostly, I'm basically self-taught, I would say. And I think that's probably the best way to do it. It depends, really. I mean, I like solving the puzzles myself. Some people like copying like sort of following other people's ideas, and getting inspiration from other people, which is why the streams and why my videos are popular. If you want to get an idea about some of the basics of space exploration, certainly, then a number of my videos, like the one about interplanetary logistics and rockets and other space exploration things, will probably be quite good. It depends what information you're looking for. I have also done a number of videos about things like the circuit network and so on. So I've got quite a lot of If you check out my my Tutorio playlist, that's got lots and lots of information on how to do various things, both in vanilla and with some of the mods and with space exploration as well. So there are a few other good channels out there as well, I'm sure. But as I say, because I don't really use the tutorials very much, I'm I couldn't really tell you which ones would be recommended. But yes, as Clown says, space exploration is not a good one. Is not a good starting point for Factorio. I recommend you make sure you've played Factorio at least to the point where you're happy launching lots of rockets. You can do science up to a, I don't know, quite a lot of science per minute. You've got sort of big smelting areas. You've got train systems up and running. Probably learn to use LTN. That'll give you a good introduction to circuits as well, I guess. And then take it from there. So sort of build up a bit at a time. Maybe play Krastorio first instead of space exploration. That sort of thing. Again, to get you a sort of a feel for how the game works, and just basically as a sort of a more gentle introduction rather than just jumping in with both feet at the on one of the harder mod packs out there.
Space Exploration 0.5 was my introduction to LTN.
Space Exploration 0.5, I reckon, was easier than I reckon Space Exploration 0.5 was actually quite a good introduction to modded Factorio, because quite a lot of the early game stuff wasn't that much, was fairly similar to normal vanilla Factorio, apart from having AAI Industry in it as well, and then it got sort of gradually harder as you got further into the game. So in a way, it wasn't a bad introduction in my opinion. However,
the answer is play 0.5.
Perhaps, yeah. However, 0.6 is quite a lot more difficult because it's removed a lot.
We're playing it with Krastorio.
Oh, so true. Yeah. It's hard to say, but I think there's a lot more. I think 0.6 is a lot further from vanilla than 0.5 was. The early stages of 0.5, that is. That is my opinion. I'm sure lots of people are now going to tell me they disagree with me. Let's see. Oh yeah. Starting off with Krastorio 2 as your only mod, rather than Space Exploration and Krastorio 2, which is what we've done. Could potentially be quite a good starting point as well. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
I was about to say we're low on contaminated scrap now, but that's because you've been causing breaks in it every so often.
I have,
the
yes.
gap had just reached the
right. Okay. Yeah, there's lots of places where we're not using splitters to merge the junk in, so lots of things have been kind of overloading.
Because when it was just energy there, that was completely fine.
But matter science, it produces ridiculous quantities of scrap, it turns out. Oh, well, never mind.
Well, we don't have any more alerts saying we've got too much of anything other than processed fuel.
Is that because we've broken all of the alarms?
I don't think so. I think that's just we're actually processing it as fast as it's coming in now. It's just not necessarily coming in fast enough.
I see. I'm quite tempted to run in another belt that's just carrying contaminated scrap, because there's so much of it, and it's breaking everything else. Just specifically out of this area.
Oh, so basically, move that splitter up at the top to every single output.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. And it might as well stay at the top because...
Agreed. Then. Yeah. Because then I don't have to worry about putting it in every single one, just all the ones that are producing crazy amounts of it.
Or it's just move the matter ones onto that one. And just
That's a good idea. Actually, yes, I like that idea. Yeah, let's get it all the way down to matter. Where is matter? Matter is much further.
There seems like a good point. Then you don't have to build any more.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, I was assuming just turn the belt and.
Oh, I see what you mean. That would be a possibility as well.
Going up.
Yeah, could do. I seem to be doing this now.
That way's fine. If you either put the filter on or prioritize it to the left, then it'll do the same sort of thing.
Yeah, I was going to put the filter on. I'm not sure why now I come to think of it. Let's just prioritize. Let's just prioritize this to the left. Because I might as well. There's no... Yeah, it's being filtered out at the top, so might as well just do that. Yeah, I mean, that now means there's absolutely no point in having having the splitter in here. It could just have been a belt, as you were suggesting, but yeah, never mind. Right, so...
It means when that one backs up, it then fills up the other one as well.
Yes. The good... No, when the other one when the other one backs up, it'll... Oh, no, yes, you're right, sorry, yeah. The good news is we've now made enough matter catalogues, at least for the time being, so the flood of everything coming out from down here is going to stop sooner or later. That said, up the top of here, it doesn't seem to be coming out quite as quickly as I'd expect it to. Oh, it's because it's all. This is all now emptying all of the backlog of stuff that was in the all of the energy areas because they couldn't unload their junk, so they're just getting rid of junk data cards and memory cards and stuff now. So there we go. Should be all right again now. Actually, no, we might have lost a chunk of audio from just before we were saying, but anyway, I've dealt with that. Oh, there's been a bit of chat while I was staring at that. Yeah, I say yes. Turning coal into plastic is a good way to deal with it, and liquefaction is, I guess, probably just stockpile it for a little while, Killer Bee, and you're going to need a load of coal relatively soon. Or burn it, or turn it into processed fuel for your trains, something like those. There are all a handful of things you can do with it. Yeah, play through it normally. Make sure definitely make sure you got to the point of launching rockets from in vanilla, and to the point where you're not just launching a rocket from a map, where you've got rockets launching quite frequently, like multiple, more than one rocket per minute. Perhaps more than one rocket per minute reasonable? I can't remember what's reasonable, but rockets going out at a steady rate anyway. So you're doing quite a lot of the infinite sciences, that sort of thing. Just working through that. And yeah, you'll get sort of more comfortable with how to build things. Have a bit of play around with the circuit network. Maybe watch my video on it if you want a bit more detail on how to do that. And then yes, once you're comfortable with all of the basic Factorio stuff, then it's time to start looking at mods. Don't just go, oh, I've launched my first rocket, I'm ready to start with Angel Bobs and Pionodons or something like that. One rocket per minute is 1,000 science per minute. Of course it is. That's probably a bit excessive. One rocket every few minutes is probably sufficient to have proved that you've got a handle on the basics of how the game kind of works, I guess.
I've not done any of the serious science per minute or anything. Factories.
I've not done it with a science per minute intended goal. But that's not quite the same thing.
Space exploration isn't a science per minute one because it's a science is so much slower in it. And that's the main big one I've completed.
Yeah, and I complete when I played Angel Bobs, I also played it with space exploration. Space expansion. Sorry, space expansion, space extension, SpaceX. That one, the one anyway that puts some end game stuff in that requires literally millions of science packs, and so that was quite interesting because it gave me an opportunity to then it made me build up my science production to a larger scale. Because I needed the throughput just to complete those massive science projects, which were a bit ridiculous. I am going to put a contaminated scrap filter on here, and that made me build up to a larger scale than I would have done if I was just playing. Than if I was just doing my normal goal of must launch first rocket. So I think that's probably quite a good way to play, and quite a good way to make yourself try and complete that much of it. This is a giant mess. I think the best thing to do with this is to leave it running for a while and then come back and go, oh my god, that's awful. Angel Bob's isn't too bad. I mean, Angel Bob's is a lot. It was my first major total conversion mod pack that I played, and yes, it is definitely it is a lot. There's a lot going on there, especially with the Angel's Petrochem. But you get a load of extra tools to play with as well. That makes some things a little bit easier. So it's not totally horrific, but there's definitely is a lot in there, a lot that you'll have to work through, and you will find it daunting as a relative beginner. That said, it is manageable. It's not too painful and sadistic. It's mostly actually no. There are some bits in there that are quite hard, but it is certainly manageable. I would say it's just quite a big mod pack. So it's going to take you a long time to do, but you can generally sort of work through most of it. You can just work through it methodically, and you'll probably be okay. I'd say the same is true with space exploration as well. Some of the more advanced stuff, especially getting the spaceships working, things like that, you do need to do a bit. You need to have quite a bit more deeper knowledge. But a lot of the early stuff is just going, oh yes, it's just here is a recipe, follow through the steps of the recipe, and you'll be able to get it up and working. So as long as you're sort of a reasonably happy, confident, experienced Factorio player, you'll probably be fine with a lot of space exploration, I think. Industrial Revolution is another one that we've played. That one I found there were just so many intermediates that it got a bit frustrating, so I don't really recommend that one. But yes, just starting off with Krastorio² is probably a good way to dip your toes in the world that is extended Factorio-y stuff and see if you like it. I'm sort of trying to wait until this one goes solid contaminated and this one goes almost no contaminated, because then things should start to flow a bit more nicely. As it is, this has gone a bit weird. It seems to be all on one side of the belt. Oh no, there we go. That's better now. Right, okay. So despite pulling all the contaminated scrap off over here, there is still too much for this belt. That sucks. I was hoping that pulling this off, that there was enough of a majority of contaminated scrap coming through here from the from the matter science that pulling that off would mean that putting everything else on the other belt would then work quite nicely, and then we just have a solid belt of contaminated scrap coming in up here that will be able to just flow straight out, and everything else would trickle out nicely on this side. But it hasn't happened. We've just got a gappy contaminated scrap belt. Maybe once the contaminated scrap has all flowed through from here, but it's never going to all flow through because there's still a bit of contaminated scrap coming out of the energy science processing, I think. Yes, like this. Yes, Pionodons I think is just too much, too big and too enormous and too awkward. You think space exploration would still cause you problems even if you don't have experience with byproducts? You might be right. I don't know. I feel like it's the sort of thing that you'd learn and get reasonably comfortable with relatively quickly, and then it wouldn't be too painful. Because I mean, byproducts are usually just put in a splitter with a priority on it, and you've dealt with your byproducts. There are more and different and other ways to do it, but essentially it's just take your take an output. Let's find one down. I know matter science has got some. Somewhere. Because I thought it did. Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, it's
specifically looking for loopbacks.
Yeah.
Rather than there's the energy one there.
Okay, thank you.
Top of the energy stuff.
Yeah, so in this case, we've got uranium that goes in and uranium that comes out, and then it gets looped back like that. And because there's a priority input on this side of the splitter, it means anything that goes around the loop will get used first. And then if you run out of uranium that's gone around the loop, then you pull more in from over here. So basically, it's as simple as doing that. You have a splitter down here that takes off one of the things you need, and then the other thing just gets sent back round, and you use a splitter with a priority on it to feed it back in again. So byproducts, on the other hand, yeah. Byproducts can be a bit of a pain. That's true. If you've got sorry, I was thinking loopbacks rather than byproducts. Yeah. You're right, yes, but then the thing is, though, with space exploration, yes, the end game stuff is hard, but the end game stuff is also 600 hours away. So in the time you're playing early, mid, and early late. Well, in the time you're playing early, mid, and maybe even early late game space exploration, you've had plenty of time to get lots and lots of experience with all those hard things, and therefore it's going to be, by the time you get to the actual end game stuff, you're going to have been playing Factorio. Your average person who's looking for their first mod pack is probably going to have played maybe 100, maybe 200 hours of Factorio at the absolute most. So if you do that, if you then come into space exploration, by the time you get to the hard stuff, you've probably hit almost 1,000 hours of Factorio. And yes, it's one in... The only possible downside of this I can see is that it's going to be one absolutely phenomenally large game, and so you might be put off by just how long it takes, and go, well, I wasn't intending to set it to start an 800-hour playthrough. I just wanted to try a new Factorio mod. So on that side, I can see a downside of it. But by the time you get to late game space exploration, you will be a much more experienced player than you were when you started. If you were a relatively inexperienced player when you started. I'm significantly more experienced now than I was when I started playing. When I started this run of space exploration, I think. And we're a couple of hundred hours in. But even though that's only 10% of the amount of time I've played it for, I'd still say I'm significantly better at it. Yes, the getting past. Yeah, well, yes, the getting past early game is a little bit is a bit harder. I don't know I don't have a good feel for how difficult it is to make all of this sort of space bases and stuff like that when you're new to it, because it's been so long since I was new to it that I've kind of lost track. All right, I don't want to anchor over there. Let's anchor. Where should I build? I could. What are you? Methane. Ooh, methane ice. I don't need methane ice. Although I could mine it up and ship it back with the rest of everything. What are you? Stone. Let's use this asteroid here as my starting point. So I'll land here. Boop. Thump. And then we can get Naquium coming in from here, here, and here without too much difficulty. These can probably be mark belted in. There's no point. I don't think there's any point in setting up a train system immediately. We'll just run belts across here and pipes the other way for the sulfuric acid. Start doing the processing on this island, on this meteorite, on this asteroid. There we go. On this asteroid here, and then probably land my spaceship over here. I can also dig up some methane ice and ship that out too, because I know we're going to need more methane. Yeah, I mean the advantage of space exploration is that you don't have to play through the burner phase many more times, because you play through it once and then you've got 600 hours of gameplay ahead of you before you start another game and have to do the burner phase again. Spot on, Doopy. Good plan. Let's put down the beam receiver. And get that warming up so Tristan doesn't come out and doesn't say, "Oh, I told you if you don't set it down immediately, it doesn't count." So we'll put it over here, somewhere down the bottom. I think this will do nicely. Beam receiver goes there. And then we go to Kaleidos orbit, and we choose, I should like your largest beam. I don't know which is the largest beams. This one's got 5 feeding into it. This one's got 5. This one's got many, but it's feeding into 2 of them. So I don't know how it decides which one the stuff goes into. 13 gigawatts. You're 4 gigawatts. Right, okay, well, let's take this one. And we want it to fire at Stardust. How are we going to find that? It's probably down here somewhere.
There's a search box.
Oh yeah, there is. I sort of thought there isn't a search box. Where's the search box? And then I found it. And then I gave up, and then you pointed it out to me. So yeah, thank you. We would like to beam there. Oh wait, I've got it on glaive mode. Energize and go. There we go. Right. It is at 27 degrees. 30 degrees. 35. Right, okay. So it's going to take a little while, but that's okay. We have got time. I don't even have any water apart from what's on the spaceship, so that's, we're just going to be running off the power on the spaceship for the time being. We're not worrying too much about that.
Is there any water ice? local?
Not very, but also not a million miles away. So actually, there's 200. There's 500,000 over there, and another 200,000 there. No, that's iron. So yeah, just getting this on site is probably better. There's a bit more down there. Another 100,000 down there. Yeah, let's get this on from on site. Might as well, and that way I can just get everything up and running much more soon. Let's put down some roboports as well, so we can get stuff building over here without too much shenaniganery. So I need to put one here where it's got coverage of all of those things, all of the chests. And then I want to basically tile these together. No, I can then start putting them in construction mode, actually, come to think of it. So I'll put another one down here for the moment, very temporarily. I want you in construction mode, because I'm not going to be using logistics around here. We'll cut that because it's in the wrong place now. That means I can put it probably... if I put it down here, then that's covering most of the asteroid. Pick that back up again. I put another one over here and get... yeah. So between those three... then we're now covering most of my new home. Lovely. I just need power now as well. So we'll do that to there and also down this way. I may move these around later, but at the moment it's just sort of slap stuff down to get things up and vaguely working. Construction mode. Right, so I've now got logistics coverage of my island, of my asteroid. Over here, I'm going to have and that means I can get the robots out of here and get them to work and building things as I sketch stuff out, rather than doing everything out of my own pockets and my own inventory. Because the reason I'm doing it like this is because my own inventory doesn't have most of the stuff that I'm going to need for the building around here. Let's get rid of all of these rocks for starters. Because they're going to annoy me otherwise. Can fill up the chest over there, that's absolutely fine. So over here, we're going to have a train come in. But, let's get back in the ship and use Navsat to do all of this. Whoop. So, yes, we're going to have a train coming in. That's going to be a big... we're going to have trains coming in. That's going to be an important feature up here. So we'll have that, and I think, and obviously a station. Let's put the station over here, because then I can count out an appropriate length of train. And put in some loaders. Now because Naquium is going to stack to a ludicrously small size, I think one loader per wagon is probably going to be sufficient. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm going to put a warehouse down in the middle for them to all pass into. That. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I said 3. Numbers are hard. And then belts, of course, for this. No, last one. Mistake. Oh well. Bots will fix it. That's what they're for. Right, so there we go. We can have a 1-8 train pull in here and unload happily and all go into there, except the warehouse doesn't exist, but that's fine. I don't know how many belts worth of crushing we're going to need, so I'll put in 1 now to start with. In fact, let's go into and let's get this is where I'm going to start using the blueprint doohickeya, because I want to make sure I get this. I want to get the numbers right. So we're going to have a it's what white belts technically, but we'll use white belts because I can copy and paste. And we're going to be using mechanical facilities, and we're going to be putting tier 3 modules, speed modules in them. I could beacon them as well, it doesn't make a lot of difference whether you... in space, nobody can hear your module. Actually, no, beacons... No, beacon will probably lead to using fewer modules, I guess. So let's see.
As long as you affect 2 machines with it.
Yeah, exactly. It shouldn't be hard at all. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the cheaty things like express loaders and infinite chests. And I want you to have an infinite amount of naquitite, which is way down here. Naquitite, that one. 10 is a stack, of course it is. And then along here, well, we'll just put stack inserters in because why not? A little bit of tightness, there we go. And all of you guys, you're going to crush naquitite. So that produces... What's the recipe for this? This is the one that takes in iridium and produces crushed naquitite and water. So I'm also going to need a feed of iridium coming in. Let's put that in underneath and have a belt in and a belt out. You're going to be doing... Yeah, we'll do... let's just have iridium plates flow through for now, and we'll worry about the other part of that later. So we'll have the like this. And oh yes, and then we're going to need probably. I mean, I assume I'm going to want to use superior long inserters for the output of these as well. I'm also going to need power, like this, and like this. There we go, infinite power. And then over here, I can put one of these in and say, right, that's going to dump into there like that. I'm also going to need a way of getting rid of the water. I also want to fill them up with productivity 3s, as I said. I've got some of those already, apparently. Like that. And I want to put in a beacon just to see how fast everything goes. Beacon. So that can go here. I reckon I can probably fit another row in above there if I need to. Put those in there as well. Oh yeah, you're a filter inserter, aren't you? So oh no. Let's get rid of it all and start again. Because I need to bring this back along here. And then at the end here, I need to do a, I need to filter it out and then filter it back in again. So yeah, so this is the return loop, the not the byproducts, but the partial use and loop back thing that I was talking about, which is achieved by like this, and prioritize the input priority is right. There we go. So take that in first, and these are putting out onto the bottom side, which means there'll be a top side there, and they'll be prioritised. I also need to get rid of the water. So, on second thoughts, let's put these more like that, and then I can put space pipes, space pipe, underground pipes like this. Will that reach? Yes, it will. So put that there as well, and space pipe. That's a little bit more self-contained. And we'll run these all the way along. So let's just get rid of all of that. And then I can copy and paste this bit along. Okay, Madman. Well, thanks for joining in, and we'll catch you in the next one. I'll be back on Tuesday for some more Satisfactory, as usual. And whatever else goes on in the world. Why have you stopped? Too much crushed naquitite. Did I not set you up with a blacklist? I did not. Okay. Okay, so that's going fairly quickly. It's not filled the belt up, so let's make a copy of it. Put it there, and make you go on the other side of the belt. And then let's copy the whole thing. Again, like that. See how this gets on. Oh, fail. It would help if I actually set the filter on this damn thing, wouldn't it? So we want to take the iridium plates back out to the right. Let's just deal with this the easy way.
Is the easy way not just deconstruction planet and then Control Z?
Yes, yes, it is. That would be significantly easier. Oh well. But I do still need a void down here to get an idea of the speed. So I'll do that. There we go.
And need the other side. Filter on the other side. Oh, no, you don't. So never mind.
I've very quickly built up a rather large buffer of iridium plates. Oh no, it's something there on the bottom side, so yeah, that's why.
Nice hole you've got. Oh no, if you filter the input one, these.
Please phrase your suggestion in the form of a suggestion.
If you filter that one to output plates on the top, then you can put a belt in that little gap.
Oh, I see.
Oh, sorry, that's the wrong side.
Now, what I was going to do is probably simpler than
That's
that.
fine.
Is just move all of this across a couple of squares, and then I can have this go because I want to go onto the. I need to be on the bottom side, coming around here.
You could have actually moved it left one block as well.
What? Oh,
Because you want
yeah,
a
okay.
belt there essentially.
Yeah, alright, let's do that. Oh. And then, as you say, filter this one to output, I don't know, vital melange to the right. Okay, yeah, that seems to work. I feel like it's a little bit too. There's not enough buffer in this gap here. I'd like that to be a little bit longer, but I mean, that said, it is working.
Is that just because everything's buffered up?
Yes. So yeah, the buffer is the amount of buffered is getting smaller. So yeah, okay, that's working fine. Okay.
Nudging that one to the right
would increase
that
the
more
buffer size.
comfortable.
Yes.
Yeah.
But no, I think once it gets going, it's actually okay because this is definitely this is getting shorter now.
Yeah.
And it might even start to pull it. No, it probably will never pull in from the other side, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Right. So we are now using virtually a full belt of Naquium on the input. So this seems to be about the right quantity of machines. It's not quite a full belt, but I don't think I'll be able to run a fifth one at any useful speed. So that is correct and finished. This output belt is nice and empty, so I think I can put in another set of this the other way up and use the same belts. So like that. Let's line them up so it doesn't look horrible. In fact, you know what? Let's line them up slightly more nicely. Now let's build it again so that I can line things up a little bit more nicely. Like this. And just have everything so it matches. And then we can have another one of these coming in across the bottom of here. Input. I'll just do this with a void for now, it's easier. And same. Copy, paste, other side of the belt. Copy, paste. Right, so there we go. That's now dealing with using up two full belts of naquitite coming in. And producing a decent amount of crushed naquitite and a little bit of the powdered iridite as well, which is a little bit of a shame, but never mind. We'll send that over to Mike and tell him to deal with it. Oh, now it's doing. Now I've got it on both sides. I don't want it to be feeding onto just one half of the belt because that's causing problems now. So let's move all of this a square back. Okay, and then we'll move this into next to that, and then I can do another copy of this here, and boom, that's just like that. That's 4 belts of Naquium being crushed, and I think that's probably a reasonable amount. There's room. There's not quite there isn't room under this beacon for another for very much more. But I think that's probably quite a good quantity to be doing here. And I'm going to have these 2 belts coming out here. I'll probably pass them through underneath this beacon and out over here and send them off to the spaceship. Because that way there's room. Sorry?
Does it not support another column of pulverizers?
Yes, but I'm not entirely. I don't think the input would. I don't think there'd be enough input for it. I mean, maybe it'd be. I could put another column in.
Some's getting past the last one.
Yeah, but I don't think it would run at full speed. So the question is it best? No. I could do that, and maybe that is running. Yeah, that seems to now be taking all of the input at least. Yeah, it's not quite running flat out.
But does that matter?
No. Hang on. Some of my machines. Oh, I was going to say some of my machines don't have modules in them, but that actually is irrelevant to what we're looking at. But let's do that anyway, and that one, because I am going to want to copy paste them eventually.
Might have been the ones I was looking at. No, all the other ones are.
Yeah, the machines are all running at least some of the time. We're getting some flickering red lights on the last 3 machines on there, but possibly getting some flickering red lights on all of them. But yes, we are using 100% of the naquitite that's being fed in, so that's probably a good thing. Yeah, okay, I'm all right with having this run slightly faster and doing it like this. Now let's put in some slightly more sensible belting for this. So I can copy and paste it without it having issues. I'm in creative mode. How can I be missing underground belts? Goodness sake. There we go. Silly creative mode. And why have you just scattered cogs all over the ground? What's that all about? Oh, it's... Yeah, it also has this really frustrating habit of filling up your inventory, even though it's only sort of a virtual inventory, and then it's a pain to get rid of it all. So let's do a bit of this. Don't need so many of any of these things. Yeah, the creative mode is a bit crap. It has some funny ideas about having too many of things, or not having enough of things. It's just a bit weird about not just simply letting you. Oh. And then there's all these cog things for some reason. I don't know what these are for. Oops.
Is that your inventory overflowed or something?
Oh yeah, yes it is. But why did my inventory overflow? I'm in creative mode.
It's bodged on.
Yeah. Basically, yes. It's also weird that when you put something down, I've got 72 pieces of belt here, and when I put them all down, I've run out. it stops. But then I can select that and again, and I have 100 of them immediately. It has some funny ideas, put it that way. Anyway, we now have a nice, healthy supply of crushed Naquitite coming out. So I think that means that's done. I can now build one of these and go, yes, that'll do nicely. So I'll take a copy of that. Take a copy of that rather. I'm still going to have the source boxes over there on the left, and I'll need to deal with the water. But most of that is okay. So now I can pop back out of here. And I'll put this down here, I suppose. Like that. Boom. Obviously, we're not going to get any of those. Get back in the spaceship. Losing air. Right, get rid of that, and that. And we're obviously not going to get any of those. Those. But that's my oh, I don't have any. Did I not bring any beacons? Didn't bring any beacon. Oh no, I've got some beacons in my inventory. Phew. Okay, that's all right then. I can nip out there and save the day. Oh, I didn't bring any green inserters either. Oh, the things you forget when you're putting together an order. Ooh. Yeah, Blueprint mod is a little bit limited and has some funny ideas, but you know, I'll work with it because I kind of understand where it's coming from. I guess. Right, I need to run these pipes through here. So, to an extent, I feel like actually I should put these turning roundy things a little bit closer in, because this doesn't need to be quite. How wide does this need to be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It does need to be this wide though. There isn't really any wasted space in here, so I'm not going to be able to get the pipes under all of that because space pipes are limited to only. It's weird, isn't it, that you've got the massively long underground pipes in not space. But actually, only what I could do is get rid of rid of them over here and have them on the other side. You've got these massively long pipes in not space, and then really short underground pipes in when you're in space. But I guess that's the charm of the game. Oh, this is only here. That's nice and easy then. I approve this part of my design. It works well. If I put space pipe across there. And there. What length have I got to play with here? So I definitely brought some 9s. 9 is 1 square, 1 too long. In that case, let's just shove in a 15. And use underground belts rather than underground pipes. And that leaves me with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, well we can build a 7. We've got the pipes for that. We'll build that and place it and put it in place. So this is the water output, the overflow, because this system generates water, which sort of makes a balanced sense from a gameplay point of view because you need the water to make the sulfuric acid. So I guess that's somewhat closed loop. And so down here we're going to have a system that's going to generate water and generate the sulfuric acid. So we're going to have the spaceship is going to touch down over here. Let's put in the standard in the blueprints. Is there a spaceport? There is. That's the wrong end. Outpost space station. That one. So I want to put down one of these somewhere. Probably down. Probably over here or down here or something like this. Yeah, I could put this here. Yes, I'm going to need water for power as well. You're quite right. Just trying to decide if I need anything other than. Yeah, I'll put that there. Thump, like that. We'll let the bots place all of this. This power pylon is going to need to be moved. We'll put it. We'll probably got rid of actually, because Mark is funny about. No, Mark doesn't want the ships to be powered when they're not doing anything. Oh, so it doesn't want the spaceport to be powered when there isn't a ship there because it'll hold. It'll drop stuff into the. The inserters will hold stuff out in the air, and then it'll get destroyed when a ship lands. So we don't want to do that. So we'll set all this up, and then essentially these belts are just going to run from here straight over to here and go into that and go into the warehouse here for the spaceship. Like that, nice and easy. Once all this is placed, we probably don't need these input belts around the bottom. I may get rid of all of those once we've built the built the scaffolding. But these output ones over here are going to have things like, they're going to have iridium ingots, which we're going to need to bring over, chop into plates, and then feed up into these into the supplies over here. So that's fine. We're going to need to bring in more naquitite from here. That can be done. Oop, that needs to go into, yes, down here. Like that. And another one there. And another one all the way down here. There we go. And then, yeah, we're going to need iridium to come in on these two. So if I put this in here like this, put a splitter in here actually, and then have this come up like that and feed in there. So this will be my iridium ingots. We'll probably put in a space manufactory if I've got any of them to turn the ingots into plates. So we'll have a nice supply of plates coming up here because a manufacturer will produce them really quickly. Where's that? It's Taishikutan. That's fine. So now, we're nearly done. All I need now is sulfuric acid and Naquium, and going out to the Naquium mines. So that's I'm going to say that's the hard part done. I'm lying through my teeth because it bloomin' ain't, but it's certainly a chunk of it done, which is useful. Let's put in that warehouse because the ghost is bothering me, it's scaring me because it's spooky. In fact, let's go over here and put in these warehouses as well. There we go.
Is it Stardust you're at?
Yes.
Okay. I'll increase the zone priority thing.
Have I not already done that?
Nope.
Oh, I thought I had.
Now listed.
Okay, I must have forgotten. No, not that. Not that either. I want a blueprint. I want an outpost space station, and I want it. Ooh, and I want it over here, like so. Thump. I'm going to remove all of these belts for now because I don't think they're actually needed. Oh, another 3 things over there. How hot is the beam receiver? A good question. The beam receiver is now 3,000 degrees. So it's a third of the way to full power. And I've put in this, and I've put in some of the processing. I haven't done much on the spaceship. I haven't done half the processing or the power jet stuff over here. So yes, I think there is easily going to be enough time for us to get up to certainly up to operating temperature, and probably up to full temperature before anything starts to happen. So yeah, I'm happy to be happy for Tristan to have been proved right. Let's put in a train. Those are too close together. Stupid bots. No. Yes. There we go. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't count. 8. Right. So there is train. Oh, fuel for the train. I haven't thought about batterying the train. Okay. Okay, parfait. Well, thanks for joining. I'll probably be finishing fairly soon, but don't tell anyone. Yeah. So, but thanks for joining, and we'll catch you in the next one. I'll be back, as I say, on Tuesday for some more Satisfactory, and back on Mumble Day, and back on at the weekend when I should be talking about giving a bit of a summary of what went on with the stream, and how things have gone, and why everything is on fire. Ooh, let's not try and place that bit because it's not going to work. It's just going to whinge at me. Right. So, let's see, we're going to be bringing in iridium ingots. So let's turn this fish into an iridium. There we go. That's going to be then this belt, which comes across here and across here. I'll finish that off momentarily. And the question is, do I have a space manufactory in my pockets? The answer is probably not. But at least if I put in all the things I want, if I make all my requests, then I can find out what I'm missing. And bring it all out next time. Just put this up here, actually. I'm going to have a feed. I'm just going to feed this straight in. No. Belts go in straight lines. You know this game. Yeah, I'm just going to feed this in here with a loader and feed this out here with a loader because that's the easiest way to do it. And I want that throughput of iridium ingots. No, iridium plates. So do that. Turn you round. Oh, it already was. There we go. Yes, and then I'm going to put in a row of biochem facilities. 2, 3, like that. These are going to be melting, and no, 2 of them are going to be let's put in 1 for now for melting, and then hang on, wait. No, these are going to be making sulfuric acid, so I'll put in 2 of them for now. This train is also going to need to have some fluid wagons on the back of it because I'm going to need to transport out at least some sulfuric acid. Let's put 1 on there at the moment. Let's look at the numbers. So getting a naquitite requires getting 1 naquitite, which stacks to 10, I think. And so we're getting 10. So 10, 1,000, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. 1,000, 2,000, 4,000. So get 4,000 in a train. 4,000 times 20 is 80,000, and that takes 30,000. Wow, that's a lot of acid. That's three wagons of acid to get 8 wagons of well, 3 wagons of acid would technically get 9 wagons of I think if I did the numbers right, but yeah, it's going to be more than 2 anyway, is what I'm trying to say. So along here we're going to have a humunga tank, and we'll put it here, and then pump, 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 and pipe, 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 pipe. That makes me uncomfortable. There we go. And there'll be an input as well, of course, from down here somewhere where we're making the acids. So you guys down here are going to be making the sulfuric acid. Boom, boom. We'll feed in water somewhere. We'll feed acid out. We'll feed water in somewhere. We'll feed water out. So acid out somewhere. I don't really care. But over here, we're going to be having an iron supply. We're going to be shipping iron over as ingots, aren't we?
That would be sensible.
Because it would be sensible. So you're going to be iron ingots, you're going to be sulfur.
Do you not have an iron patch nearby?
I do, actually. Well, for certain values of nearby. There's 277,000 down there. 500,000 there, 500,000 there. There's a massive one somewhere.
I think in 0.5 I didn't bother bringing iron in because I had a patch nearby for the mining.
Next you're going to tell me I should turn this methane ice into sulfur as well.
I wasn't going to go quite that far.
Thank goodness for that.
But if you want to...
What's that? There's 1 million iron ore over there, but that's a bit of a trek. Down here, that iron ore is within Mark Belt range, I suspect. Just out of curiosity, so methane ice turns, unsurprisingly, into methane gas. And to turn that into something useful, you need biosludge to turn it into crude oil, and then you have to decontaminate the biosludge as well. Yeah, okay, that is genuinely unreasonable. Yeah, let's go off this little patch down here of iron ore to start with. I'm tempted to run a very, very small train down there, just to go and grab that. Iron ore means I'm going to need a smeltery to turn it into iron plate, which is a pain in the proverbial.
I think it's definitely worth adding in as a priority, but it could still be worth requesting some over.
Yeah, and the thing is, if I make it from here, I'm probably going to be... If I put in the infrastructure, I might as well just make it here. I don't see any real reason not to. Let's put in a mini train, and okay, I'll need a what is it, a thermodynamics facility yeah, thermodynamics facility goes about here. More space rail. More space rail. I'm going to move that down a bit, but that's a sort of specking things out to get a vague idea of where things are going to go. Can we have sat mode? There we can. It comes down to about here. It comes down to here, then curves over and comes in about here, like that. Yes, power generation. That's a good point. Let's put that in. I'm going to move this, so we'll have that over here instead, and get rid of that one. Then, yeah, all right. Let's do the power generation now because you've reminded me, and you're quite right. It would be a good idea to do this sooner rather than later. So this is like that. I like how that fits so neatly against there. How the size and shape is spot on. Steam in like that, and then a pair of condenser turbines like that, and then a humunga tank for water. And then finally pipes. Pipe everything together, like, good sec, Laurence, like that, and that, and that, and that. There we go. There's a gigawatt of power, just like that. And this is now at nearly 4,000 degrees, so very nearly there, actually. Oh wait, is this the right way to do this? Because I'm going to need to get power to these this train as well. And I suppose if each one just has its own, because I'm going to need batteries up here, battery changeover up here, and battery changeover down here on both ends of this one. Because this is I was planning to make this into a two-way train.
Or just a 1-1-1.
Yes, a 1-1-1. I think it's probably going to be plenty.
I like the idea of that.
It won't let me build a train stop next to... What? It won't let me build a train stop next to a rail ghost. Oh, maybe it will now. Okay, it will now. It wouldn't let me build a train stop next to a rail ghost. Or it didn't do it. Didn't snap onto it automatically.
Were you copy pasting?
Don't think so. Have to admit, I'm not certain.
Because the fact that you had to rotate it makes me think you were.
Maybe it's possible. That would be a weird thing to have done, though. So yeah, who knows?
Probably was then.
All right, so this will be one of the things that'll come out there. There's one of the things required. So I might as well bring this across the bottom for sort of sake of neatness. Okay, there's my iron supply, or at the top end anyway. I would just need inserters to keep that loaded as well. So I'll give you one of them each. And on the other side, we're going to bring sulfur in. Like that. I won't bring any iron in for the time being, because I don't think I need it. How are we getting on? Right, so that's got the iron and the sulfur. In theory, once I've built up the other ends of all these things, of course. So it's got iron and sulfur coming in. We will link this into the water supply from down here, I guess. So I'll put an underground pipe like this. 7? No, 9. Underground pipes are never quite long enough, are they? Especially in space. In space, nobody can hear you get grumpy about the length of your underground pipes. That's not true. You're all hearing me get grumbling about it. Right. Down here, then, let's see. So, it's the 7s are the longest ones that have middle connectors. So I could put but I can't put it. 7 won't work there because it'll block off that one. Okay, so let's use a 5 and use its middle connector, and then we can stick a 1 on either end of it. Doom, doom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stick a 3 in there. I'm going to need to go out and make a load of custom pipe sizes for this in a moment, but never mind. That's I mean, that is the thing I can do. Over here, 1, 2. This could be a pair of 3s, or at least 1 3. Make it a pair of 3s. Why not? Right, so I need to get some water into this system, or things are just straight up not going to work. So that means another chemical plant down here, biochem plant down here. And I want it to be a pump's length away, and I want it to rotate like that. And then I can put in a pump down here, and we'll tell that one to pump when there's a distinct shortage of water in this tank here, and keep this at a sort of a sensible level, whatever we decide sensible means. Water ice, I mean, given that I've just said, well, I'll build this railway system for that, I might as well do exactly the same over here for water ice. There's no real sensible reason not to. So let's do that. Let's do that. Try again. Put it over here. Are these all the right way around? They're not. That to that to that. In fact, they're all the wrong way around, which means all these are all the wrong way around as well. That's ridiculous. Is this thing going to... No, that's going to be out of position. I'm going to need to put in a piece of... what's the name? Belt in the middle of here. So put that there, and there we go. This is going to be my water ice supply. Is that in the right place? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. And the water ice comes from way over here. So it's about that. Put a nice 90-degree turn on that, like that. There we go. Is this about right? Yes, spot on. Right, I might actually have to leave the comfort of my spaceship now. So let's take a few stacks of this with me, some of that, and I need some mining drills. And I didn't bring any boring mining drills, so I'll have to use the big ones for the mundane resources. But never mind. Wait, I'm going to need belts and stuff as well, which I haven't got many of. So I need a few stacks of belts. Right, let's go and get some relatively boring mundane resources. We'll do the iron one first, just because it was the first one I put down. Actually, no, let's do the water one first, because then we can start actually generating electricity locally. Not that it makes any difference. There's going to be more than enough power available in my spaceship to keep this place going for approximately forever, at least when I'm not doing any mining. Come on, bots, stop being lazy. No, fine, I'll do it myself then. Scream! Right, so over here we are going to have another train station. We are going to put in a no, it does. You can still rotate them even when you haven't copy pasted them. However, this one's grumpy because you can't put stations down on the cold expanse of nothingness. Fair enough. There we go. Put a decent chunk of foundation down here, and then I'm going to put a bit more around the edge of this Asteroid. Oh, I've run out. All right, I was going to put a load down around the edge of the asteroid. Yes, I do need power, but I'll come back and do that next, I guess. Or I'll place those down on the way back. I'll place those down on the way back in. Now, actually, I don't need this much. Certainly over here. My thought was I don't actually need to stick these out quite as far. I could put them wherever feels comfortable. So let's actually get rid of those again. Let's put them. So the first two are going to go. Yeah, put the first two here and here, and the next two here and here. Because of the size of these drills, that's basically covering most of the patch, to be honest. Put another one here and here. I think that will, in fact, cover the entirety of the patch. So now I can put down my station here. I can put down a warehouse here to fill up with ice. Put it here. And then just run really quite short belts across from here and here. This feels like I feel like I'm building on a very weird scale. Everything is all the machines I'm putting and everything I'm putting down are really quite big, but the amount of actual anything 64. The amount of actual anything I get out of it is really quite small. Does that make sense? No. Let me try that again. The machines Let me say that again because it didn't make any sense at all. It's clearly bedtime. I'm putting down quite large machines, but in very, very small quantities, and just getting enormous amounts of. And because I don't need very large quantities of anything, so I'm getting water ice, but it's not going to be getting it in particularly large quantities. But that's fine. I don't need large quantities. There we go. Oh, and then over here, I haven't even put my station in. Land. Lag. Oh yeah, put those down as well. That'd be good. And the other one. Go. Right, let's put you over there like that. Perfect. And then we have another train. Naturally, I didn't bring any batteries because that would have been a good idea. So none of these trains can actually go anywhere. That's a bit of a fail. But putting them down feels nice. So yeah, space train batteries are going to be a major thing I need. These pipes, what's that? That's a 5 and 3 3s. I can make those at least. And then the bots put them down. There we go. At the other end, presumably now we've got the ice being dug up. Yes, we have. There's 500 of it already. That's fine. There's how much is there? There's 500,000 there. So these are places where perhaps I could put in. It might be worth putting productivity modules in the mining drills. Do I have any with me? I do. I've got 50 of them because I don't actually need all that much. I certainly don't need much water ice. I don't know how the iron's going to go just yet. I might need a bit more of that. Oh, I have no frames. I don't know how much the iron I'm going to get through. I think it's not all that much. It's usually it tends to be the other one, the sulfur that I feel like I get through enormous quantities of. But we shall see. So over here, that's going to be here. 1, 2. I think. Let me make sure I've got that right. Yes. Right, and down here I need to scrabble up some of this iron ore. So I guess we'll have a drill here and here, and then here and here because why not? And over here we'll just put in another pair like that. These drills are huge. They cover so much area. That one into there. There, I suppose. That works. And now, as before, I'm going to need power. More than enough, I think. one there, and then just fly north. At some point, we'll link onto the other ones I put down earlier. There, like that. Right, there we go. Everything's powered. So now we're mining everything we could possibly want, except Naquium. We just can't transport any of it because that would be far too easy. Lovely. Actually, I am going to fill these with... I'm going to fill them with productivity modules for now. And then we'll see later if that's a mistake. Because I don't feel like I expect to need an enormous rate of throughput with this. I may be completely wrong about, especially about the iron for making the acid, because I am going to need quite a lot of acid. But I feel like I haven't put enough productivity modules in these machines. Right, these take a lot of prod mods. Let's take them down to 3 each. Because that is a total... No, there's a number that can be managed. 3. Oh, we'll see how it gets on. Right, how am I getting on with this area then? Have I got everything set up? There's water being fed in here, or at least there would be water being fed in here if we had any. I need to connect this tank up to this pump and tell it to only run when there's when water specifically is less than 100,000. That'll mean the pipes will all be...
There may be a moment of lag.
Sorry?
There may be a moment of lag.
Okay.
Well, you didn't squawk, so probably fine.
Didn't notice.
It was a large deconstruction planner. I wasn't sure how substantial it was going to be.
Fair enough. Right, so we have a Naquium patch, a Naquitite patch there. We have one here and one here. I guess I'll put in a station for this one, and I'll put in a station for these two. I'm expecting at some point in the not too distant future to need to go out and find other ones. There's one down there. There's some over here, some over here. There's quite a lot of it around, which is why I've come to this particular place, and I can lay massive quantities of space rail out to get to all of it without too much difficulty. I can also start digging up methane ice here, which could be quite handy. There's a bit more iron over there for when I need it, and there as well. I'm going to need to start signalling these railways, not because I'm going to put more than one train on any of them, but because when I come down here to get this Naquitite patch, I'm going to need to run a rail across there, and therefore it's going to need signalling. Although that's only 500,000, so maybe I'll just get maybe I won't bother going for that one. I'll just carry on exploring out this way and see if I can find some slightly more usefully sized patches and run a really, really long railway. Kind of doesn't really matter.
Signal this and hope.
Sorry?
Just don't signal this and hope.
Yeah, I could do that as well. That is also a valid possibility. There's 1.4 million over there, though. That's in the opposite direction. What else am I lacking on this planet? Is there anything else in this asteroid field? Is there anything else I haven't put in place yet? Apart from the obvious things like the battery charging for these trains, which I'm going to need to work something out for. Which is probably going to be a mess of belts, because it usually is. I'm going to want to let's put in some drills on the on this methane patch over here, because I think shipping back some methane ice with the Naquium or the Naquitite is going to be very, very useful. Well, that's a good point, Duper. Yes, you're right. We haven't had any meteors yet, so maybe my gut feeling about these not being meteorite places was actually correct. Never know. No.
I remembered you saying that and then getting hit by meteors.
It could just be they're fairly rare.
Hmm. Have you had a look in the chat log? Because since you've been there, it would tell you if there have been any.
No, there aren't any. There haven't been any. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. But It is kind of suggestive. Somebody make me a three-way splitter, please. Okay, I now have a supply of methane ice as well. Lovely. In fact, I'll run that belt up towards the spaceship so that it can be easily loaded onto it for transport off to parts known. But I won't actually start loading it because we're going to want to put some sort of limiter on that based on signals coming in from elsewhere. There may well be a mod for a three-way splitter, yes. I guess it would just be a 3-to-3 balancer in a trench coat, wouldn't it, really? I could make a 3-to-3 balancer, but I don't care. This is fine. Acid. Yes, we're going to need to bring the acid out from here, like this. And oh no, let's switch over to this navsat mode. Then doom doom. Hey, perfect fit. And then from the top, is it going to fit? Yes, that's okay. One goes there, and then 9, and I think that's going to be in reach of an underground. Yes, it is. Excellent. We need a 1 on the end there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we can make a 3. This pipe here is also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And as a 3 goes in there. I'm just trying to be... This is one of the little things you can do that improves UPS and just generally process how well liquids flow through pipes when they have to travel over long distances. We're using the longer pipes wherever you can. I believe it's supposed to be a decent chunk better, so I'm trying to be good about that and using them where it's reasonable. That'd have to be even longer actually because of the one go. Anyway, never mind, that's fine. Hopefully two of these machines will be enough to produce all the acid we can possibly need, and I can module them and beacon them if not. So that can then flow up to here. We'll get the acid into the tanks here, load it into the train can take it away. Great, that brings the Naquium back, goes through here, pulverizes. The water comes out of here. Yeah, it goes... I haven't linked that into the main water. Into the main water main? You know what I mean. Is that a 7 or a... Yeah, it's a 7. Is that a 7? It's an 8, but there's no such thing as an 8. They're all odd numbers. So there we go. So I need to make a couple of 7s, and I think I need a 5 and a 3 somewhere. I don't really remember. That looks like another 7 to me.
Just think how uncomfortable you'd feel if the centre blob was off the grid. If it was an even number.
I didn't say they have to necessarily have centre connections.
They've all got centre blobs, whether or not they've got a centre connection.
True. Yeah. Oh well. They could have a blob every, I don't know, third or quarter or something to make it work. I am not doing the maths. Right, so there we go. We've now got a water system that will pass it. That will turn it into acid. It'll be taken away as acid, then brought back in as water. Then come back out, squeezed out of the Naquium as water, and hopefully there'll be enough room for that. We shall see. Of course, doing all this with the long pipes means I haven't left any room for any pumps along here. But that's probably okay. I mean, do we need pumps? I don't know. I could put one in there actually. That was only a 3er, so replacing that with a 1 doesn't feel too dirty. these warehouses in while I think of it, because I'm definitely going to need those. Right, I think I'm going to call this the end of the stream now, because I've finished everything on this island. The only thing I need now is, well, I need to go back to Norbit. In fact, let's get in the ship and start flying back to Norbit, so I can start getting all the bits, the bits and pieces I forgot and didn't realise I'd forgotten because I didn't plan. I should have remembered about the train batteries, to be honest. That forgetting that was dumb. I probably should have remembered that manufactory. But a couple of the other bits, like the smeltery to make, or the thermodynamics facility for making the iron, I don't feel quite so bad about forgetting. Right, so let's head off. But while we're going, I shall look back at Stardust and go, right, so what have we got here? So over here, we've lost power because we don't have any water for it. However, this is now up to 6,300 degrees. So yeah, there's enough heat in here now to start generating power. So there was easily enough time. And this is now, we're bringing in local resources for the water, which is going to be ice coming in here, which we can melt. I can actually set this up. Water from ice. There we go. I need a thermodynamics facility to cook the iron, but that's fine. Digging up methane ice just because it's there. All this area is eventually going to be powered once we get this to kick in properly. We've got the spaceship silo or spaceship landing pad set up and ready here. I've not programmed it yet, but I do still need to set up mining areas on all the Naquium patches and get that flowing nicely back in. Actually, this one is so close, I am very tempted to just belt this from here down and then use the train for these ones over here and the much, much more distant ones. I think I'll do that. So I'll put in a belt that goes from here to... Where's the thing? Here it is. So I can have it come in here. There we go. Run that across there. And underneath, obviously. The train... I guess I should probably have an actual proper, train system set up here so that there's room for... So when I actually want to have multiple trains in here later, it feels like a proper train system. When I end up pulling in iron or something from further away, there's a sort of proper train system. Now, I don't really need to have the drop-off on a siding here, but I feel like I probably should. So let's make a really long siding over here, so there's room for a second train to park in here. Because I think at some point in the future, I'm going to have quite high throughput of Naquium required. So I think having this set up in advance to be a little bit more intelligently designed is probably a good thing. So I'll put in a signal there and a signal there, and I'll try and eyeball how long is this train? Okay, it's about a screen width if I'm zoomed in this far. So if I then put the next signal here, then there's room for another train between those two. And I'll put it there, just to leave a little bit of room for sanity and fail. And then we can have the exit to the station here like that. And link that across. Here like this. Okay, we won't have that bit. We'll just join that on. No. Join that on. Railway is difficult. There, bring that out to there. So, the next station is going to be over here. I feel like having the station on the asteroid is sort of nice, so we'll put the station in here. How long does it need to be? It needs to be this long. That's a nice easy way of doing it. Oh, and it's got all the loaders in the right places as well. Excellent. Except it's upside down. Let's put the station in there. No, more like there, because then there's a bit more room to get the acids out and stuff. So I want a bit more space available. And then this will come from here. We'll go upwards. So this is the point where I should start using. I should make some blueprints like Tristan's ones. Do we have? We know we will have space train blueprints, won't we? basic
Yeah.
straight rail.
They're
Here we go.
the
This is what I want.
double-headed. Oh, right, those.
I just want the rail things at the moment. Let's leave a little bit more space and go from here. It's using large pylons. Oh.
Yeah, that's what we had at the time.
Ah, that annoys me. Upsets me.
You were perfectly on grid as well.
I know. Let's do that then, which is all kinds of wrong. But I can swap the. You're gonna hate this.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, all right. You're not gonna hate
it's
it.
It's horrible, but I like it.
Good. I'm.
Your chat, on the other hand.
Chat haven't said anything yet, so it's their fault. They didn't stop me before it was too late because I was too busy building. The joys of stream lag, I can get away with murder, or at least weird tracks. Right, so there we go. I need to do all the joining up for this bit, of course, and the signals are all wrong. So, do we have a junction for these? Doopy says we haven't seen his mess of rails. Yeah, that's fair. Junctions, it's full junction. Okay, well I'll use that one. I'll get rid of these signals first though, because otherwise it'll probably be signaled wrongly. Now blueprints, rails, junctions, space junction. Boop. Right, so that's that patch claimed.
Blue circuit train. Is that sitting at the old place because you sent it there manually, and it's expected?
No, I think it's sat at the old place because it's never had to leave. Let's have a look at the blue. Let's have a look at the blue circuits though, because that's the thing I've been messing with. So
it's not filled up.
We had some stone come in. We've used up all the copper now, so the copper gets absolutely torn through. We have used up virtually all the silicon. It's just glass that we have a crazy amount of. Sorry?
You use up basically all the stone and actually all the copper.
Yes.
That's probably there's less items that there's a load of now.
Yeah, I think if we send in a glass train to pick up some glass and take it to somewhere useful, just collect it from the station, basically. Then the rest, pulling the rest up by bot is not going to be too horrendous. Plastic, there's thousands of that as well. I think do the same with plastic.
Yeah, there's a full train worth in there.
So get somewhere to dump that to.
Same for rare metals.
Rare metals.
Right, I'll send off the blue circuit train then.
Okay, yes, please do. Yeah, we're not going to make any more at this point, I don't think.
The bus station ran out.
Okay.
So there's an alert about
There is quite a lot of... There's 105,000 sulfuric acid as well. Let's pump that back down into the bottom tanks. I don't know what to do with you. Flick it back and forth until I get bored, I guess. Right, so yes, I think it's 11:30. Let's not do this today. This can be a project for next week. But yeah, I think the rest of it. There's a lot of stuff on these belts, but we're not going to get into a better position. I don't think.
The solution here is probably a train. Make a new train, send it over to rename the stations, send it to plastic get rid of, and then to plastic drop, and then potentially sending it to the bus one manually, if necessary. Do the same for glass. Do the same for rare metals.
Yeah.
But just using the same train.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do them one at a time.
Yeah. And then the bots can have the rest of it.
Hmm.
Yep.
Well, the rest of it could probably just relatively easily be filtered back into the appropriate stations.
Oh, you can just turn all the belts around.
Yeah.
There's...
Or up at the top end, recombine the belts, and then filter them into the stations.
Yeah, maybe.
Rather than turning around the massive lengths of the tangled mess of them, like here. Turning around a long straight is easy, but
yeah. Also, there's quite a lot of there's some mixed belts here with plastic and silicon on them, so it's going to be a little bit more effort.
But they're all the same sides. So if you're splitting them all together,
yeah, you can filter them all, then filter them all off again. Yeah, true. There are many possibilities available here. It depends how lazy we are and how whether we'd rather just go, meh, bots can have it all. I put in a little bit of effort. Ooh, let's have a quick look down here. So we're still out of holmium and iridium. The matter science pack catalogues have recovered quite a lot. Energy 3 is struggling apparently. S tier data is also struggling. Space science is struggling.
I really casually skip over the Astro one that's.
Oh god, yeah, it's completely run out. I didn't see it because it was empty rather than because it was because it wasn't red. Yeah, what's wrong with that Astro?
I've boosted this rocket science and utility science, by the way. So
okay.
Those should recover, he says, as the rocket science just drops down to 0. Astro was being produced when I looked at it.
Yeah, it is indeed being produced. I don't know why this...
Was that just a thermofluid from before? Just hasn't fully recovered yet?
Maybe? I don't know. The machines are all working. There's a little bit of a shortage of the green data cards, but I mean I say a little bit of a shortage because there's still some there. So
start of the stream, I ran through levels 41 to 46 of Deep Space Zone Discovery.
Oh, right. Okay, that makes more sense. From that. You used it all up then. Okay.
Yeah, but since then I've not done any astroscience.
Right.
So yeah, but there's nothing. The only things that use it are things that we don't care about.
Okay.
So
the thermofluids seem to now be in a sensible state. There is. There's now just about. Oh no! This actually no, maybe not. This return pipe is still very, very full. Maybe that's causing problems. Let's increase that. So we've got room for 300,000 here. Let's increase this to which one are you? This one to 220,000, I guess. Pull another 40,000 through and see if that helps a bit, because. Yeah, I mean there is a suitable supply of the cold and the supercooled now, but we still seem to have an excess of warm. Okay, that's a bit better. I don't know what
energy is struggling for basically the same reason. Actually, that might be insufficient.
I don't really understand why it's suddenly just become a problem. Because this system has been running without any issues for the last 150 hours or something, but suddenly we've got a deadlock in the thermofluids, and that's very weird.
I understand why the energy one's struggling. It just needs the radiators running faster.
Oh, actually, that's I think
the initial radiators.
Yeah, that seems to be the problem with. Oh no, I take it back. That's the problem here as well. I need to upgrade the speed modules in all of these, or perhaps
just upgrade the radiators.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Oh, upgrade the radiators.
No, upgrade the radiators.
Yes. Okay.
Now I've taken a handful of. I don't upgrade them all because we don't have that many of them available.
All right, I'll do 50 for now then. I have that's less than just under a third of them in total. I have 155 radiators. Let's put in potential for upgrades for those for the speed modules, tier 3 speed modules. Hypercoolers, no, it's not hypercoolers. It's the basic beacons. Yeah, they're already tier 3. So if I do slap a module upgrade, I'm gonna do a module inserter upgrade on those as well. And see how we get on. Oh, I didn't do the normal radiators, the tier 1 radiators. Tier 1 radiators also to tier 3 speed modules, please. And module insert. Zoop. There we go. Yeah, that should hopefully help a decent chunk. That's weird. It's weird that I don't. I was going to say I don't know why we've suddenly started using so much more, but I do. It's because we've gone all the way up to tier 4 of the astrosciences. There's a lot more going on, and it's just been kept busier. And I didn't notice
and
the
tiers 1 to 3 have all been running flat out.
Yeah, that's true. That's gonna.
And weirdly, it's been tier 1 that struggled.
Well, tier 1 is used for tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, so that makes sense because they're all targeting roughly the same speed, I think. Oh, apparently we need another 68 tier 2 radiators to do the 50 that I just requested.
Yeah. I've marked a handful more to be upgraded, but I was didn't mark them all in the loads in the first place.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
18.
7. I got 8. 8 out of the 50 I asked for. I was when you said there weren't very many of them, I was thinking don't ask for 150, but maybe asking for 50 would be okay.
You were probably stocking to 20 or so because I got 18.
Right. Oh, my modules are coming in now, so that's gonna give us a bit of a boost anyway. We're gonna go from a speed of 2.8 to a speed of I don't know yet because I'm waiting for some of these to actually be upgraded. Well, the module upgrading the beacons has gone from 2.8 to 3.4.
14.4 presumably, if you've got full tier 3s.
3.4. What? No, not getting to.
Oh, you're looking at tier 1.
I was, yes, because that's what I got most of. No, they seem to be getting 10.2.
You've got small.
Small beacons, yes, yeah. This is a fairly old design that's just been upgraded a few times over the last hours. Still, hopefully that'll be enough to give us a bit of a nudge in the right direction. Now we still haven't got any cool thermofluid in this tank.
Is it all being stolen away to make cold?
Yes, it is. The pipe is a third full.
I feel like we're looking at the same system.
Not far off. Mine's just bigger than yours because I've got because Astro uses crazy amounts of thermofluid. Still, that's probably going to be a decent chunk of
tank.
Sorry?
About halfway for filling up the cold tank for me.
Oh, okay. No, mine's still empty. The cold. Actually, cold is a third full. Super chilled is basically full.
Yeah, we're looking at the same system.
Oh, I thought you were looking at yours.
No, I am looking at mine.
Oh, right, okay.
They are basically behaving identically.
Yeah, fair enough. I suppose the ratio of machines is probably quite similar as well. I still have no cool.
I've got way less super cold ones.
Yeah, I've got fewer of those than I have the others as well. It's about half the length.
Okay.
Right, anyway, yes, let's end the stream at this point because I think it's bedtime and we're not being particularly interesting. We're watching a radiators desperately trying to cool some thermofluid. So yes, thank you everyone for watching. What day is it? Today's Thursday, isn't it? Yes, today is indeed Thursday. I shall be back on Saturday and maybe Monday. We'll see with the summary videos. So because there's only been 2 of us playing today, it's quite possible that there's not going to have been as much achieved as we would normally manage. So I'll see. But that said, on the other hand, I've got the Naquium to talk about, so that's probably going to take quite a lot of talking about what we're planning, what's going to be coming up next, how we're getting on with it, and that sort of thing. So yeah, we'll see how much waffling I manage to do. Then on Tuesday, I shall be back with the Satisfactory stream as normal. How are things going in that? They're going quite well, I think. I'm making good progress on running truck routes across the countryside. I found some more glowing slug creatures, and I'm building things with steel now. So yeah, things are going quite well. Next up, I still want to try and get some sulfur so I can start blowing things up though. I would like to say I'm going to have a video for supporters on Wednesday, but it's not finished yet. I've got a few ideas of things I want to do, but I'm lagging a little bit there, and I've got quite a fairly busy weekend coming up. So, but we'll see how it gets on. So yeah, make sure you're subscribed so you find out what happens on the channel, and And yes, goodbye everyone. Goodbye Calcium, Doopy, Nogard, and everyone else. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all next time, whenever that happens to be. Bye bye.
Right. It is
And
a
good night,
little bit
Metbar,
of a
as well.
change.